Order the regularly scheduled board meeting for Thursday, May 28th, with roll call. Vice President Pizzati.
Here.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Here.
Trustee Wong.
Present.
And Trustee Akala.
Here.
And I am president. Announcement of items to be discussed in closed session. E1, Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, WSTA, CSEA, Management. Do we have any public comments regarding our closed session items tonight? I have not received any.
President Jackson, I have not received any for closed session.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, we will go ahead and go into closed session, and we'll resume with our open session when we're done. So if everyone can switch over to closed session, that'd be great.
And for the members of the public, this meeting will remain open, the open session. I will be on here, so you are more than welcome to wait on here. But the board members and superintendent will go into closed session now. If you have a public comment that you'd like to make, please let me know and I will write your name down. We'll call you during the meeting.
Hey, Ruth.
Hi, is this Christine?
Yeah, hi, Ruth.
Hi.
We have a student who would like to make a public comment, but I told her to log on, like to phone in at 6.
Oh, perfect.
Is that fine, or should I call her back?
No, that's perfect. She'll be the second person to make a public comment. I just need to know her name.
Her name is Yvonne Garcia.
Yvonne, okay. And then right around 6 o'clock should be a good time, but if she can come on a few minutes before,
okay,
that might be better, just in case they get out a little early.
Okay, I will give her a call right now.
Okay, and then just let me know if you know of anyone else that wants to leave a comment.
As far as I know, she's the only one.
Okay, thank you, Christine.
Yep.
Hi, Ruth.
Hi.
Hi, this is Dante, Dr. Early West.
Hi, Dr. West.
I wanted to make a public comment on item L2.
L2?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you like to make a general public comment also, or just one comment tonight?
I would also like to make a general public comment.
Okay, so I have you down for L2 and public comment.
Yes, ma'am. How do I mute myself? Do I go *6 to mute?
On your phone, if it doesn't have a mute function, try that.
I can do that.
Oh, okay. And then, just so you know, you'll be the third person speaking on the public comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, Ruth.
Hi.
Hi, this is Douglas Knapp from Washington Teachers Association, or West Sacramento Teachers Association.
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Okay.
I'm supposed to comment during Stan's presentation, and I'm
Yes.
just making sure that is during open session and that I'm not supposed to be in the closed session.
No. His is an information discussion item, and it'll be right after the public comment.
Okay.
You're actually on L3, correct? On distance learning?
Correct.
Okay, so you'll be the third information discussion item. And then, do you know about whether or not you guys are doing a WSTA report?
The WSTA response to distance learning?
No, the report, the association report.
I am assuming yes. I can talk to the president.
Okay,
yes,
I have received CSEA's report, but I have not received WSTA's report.
Okay, like a written report?
Yeah, and sometimes like last meeting, he gave it verbally, which is fine, but I don't know if he's on. I don't think he's on. So.
Oh, okay. I will get in touch with him and see about that.
Okay, great. And then it can be emailed to me, but if he'd have to email me really soon because I have to be able to go in and grab it.
Okay. I will do that.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Is there anyone on the line that would like to leave a public comment tonight? Okay, if anyone on the line decides they'd like to leave a public comment, there's still time. Just provide me your name and I'll list you down in the order that you give me your name. Thank you. And just a FYI, if you're on the line with a phone, if you could mute, please, that would be great. If not, I can try to help mute for you. But if you don't mute, it causes a lot of static and it's hard to hear. And then if you'd like to talk, you can unmute and go from there.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, I'd like to make a comment.
Great. Can you give me, is this just a public comment or is this on an item specific to the agenda?
It's a public comment.
Okay, can you give me your name, please, and I'll make sure you get called?
Okay, Carmen Wright.
Carmen, right? And that's WRIGHT?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Carmen. You are the fourth public comment, just so you know.
Okay, and does it automatically put me on mute or did I do *6?
You can do that. I will try to mute if I can't hear, meaning there's static, and then you'll just have to unmute yourself, basically.
Okay, sounds good. Let me try that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Christy Barnes. Can you hear me?
Hi, I can hear you. Would you like to leave a public comment?
Yes, please.
Okay, Christy, can you tell me, is your name a K or a C?
It's CHRISTI.
And your last name? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
C is in boy, AR, N is in Nancy, AS. Barnes.
Okay, you are the fifth person to make a public comment. Just so you know, we're going to call in the order that I've received the names, okay?
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. And not sure if everyone on the call can hear me, but the board and superintendent are in closed session right now. They should come out around 6 o'clock. So just so you know, it'll be around 6 o'clock when they come out of closed session, and open session will reconvene. You'll have 3 minutes to leave your public comment, and the public comment portion of the agenda happens pretty close to when they come out of closed session. So please stay on the line. Thank you.
May I make a public comment?
Hi, yes. What's your name?
My name is Sharon Council.
Sharon? And can you spell your last name, please?
Council.
Okay, thank you very much. You are the sixth person. So when we get to the public comment portion, your name will be called sixth, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Ruth.
Hi, go ahead, Christine.
I just spoke with my student and she is no longer going to make a public comment.
Oh, okay. Very good. No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
If anyone is on the line that would like to leave a public comment and you have not already given me your name, please do so.
Hello, yes, I would like to make a public comment.
Okay, can you tell me your name, please?
Yes, it is Jamie Van Royen, VanRooyen.
Sorry, Rooyen.
Yes.
Okay, just so you know, you'll be the sixth person for a public comment. And when the board and superintendent come out of closed session, it should be about 6 o'clock. So just stay on the line and we'll call your name.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Hi, can I get in the queue for public comment?
Hi, yes, please give me your name.
It's Martha Hanson, Hanson.
Hi, Martha. You're number 7.
Sounds good. Thank you. They'll just like call the number or whatever when they.
Yeah. So, Martha, when they come out of closed session and we're in the public comment portion, I'll call your name in the order that I was given names. So,
Okay.
so far you're number 7. If everyone else is still on the call when we get to the public comment portion.
Sounds good. Do we need to give the agenda item, or is it all going to be general?
So you have a choice. If you'd like to leave a public comment, you can do it in a general public comment, or if it's specific to the agenda item, we would like it to be at that item number.
Okay, sounds good. Perfect. Thank you.
So should I just leave it as general?
Yeah, let's leave it as general.
Okay.
I'm not able to go back into the agenda.
Okay, no problem. And just remember, we have the 3 minutes still apply.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, is Mr. Knapp on the phone?
Yes, I'm right here.
Hi, I was just wanting to know if you had any updates for your association report.
Let me look and see if he's responded back to me. Mike, are you on here? If you're on here, Mike, push *6 and it'll unmute you.
Hello, this is Colin Malik from West Sacramento. I'd like to make public comments, please.
Hi, Colin. Are you leaving the association report, or are you wanting a general public comment?
General public comments, please.
Okay. Your name.
Thank you.
You're down for number 8. Just so you know, you'll be the 8th person.
That's 8 is great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mike, are you in here?
Yes, I am. Hey, Ruth, it's Mike Buse.
Hi, Mr. Buse. Are you going to leave an association report tonight?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure you were on the call.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if everybody who is phoned in, if you can mute your phone by pressing either *6 or a mute function on your phone. That would be great, and then we won't have as much static.
Then I just do *6 again to unmute.
Yes, it works
Okay.
both ways, exactly.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Let me see. Okay. Um, okay. We will reconvene our open session with roll call. Vice President Pizzati?
Here.
Hold on. I think I may need to. Are we there?
We can hear and see you, President Jackson.
I hear you. Okay.
Okay. All right. We will go ahead and reconvene open session. We'll start with roll call. Vice President Pizzati?
Here.
I think everyone's maybe having issues getting back on. Clerk Kirby Gonzalez?
I'm right here.
Here. I'm here too.
All right. Trustee Wong? Trustee Alcala?
Trustee Wong is having connectivity issues. Can you hear me, President Jackson? Maybe not.
All right. I am going to log out and then log back in because I'm not able to hear anyone at this time. I shall return.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez, can you hear me?
Yes, sorry. I was muted. I can hear you.
I just want to make sure it wasn't me that he couldn't hear.
There we go.
Hey, there you are.
Okay. Don't know if anyone can hear me yet, but we will try this again. We'll reconvene open session with roll call. Vice President Pizzati?
Here. Here, I'm here. Can you? Still can't hear?
I can hear you.
You gotta love technology.
The sound is coming through. It's being recorded, I believe. Just so you know.
I don't think he can hear us.
Okay. Now, there we go.
Can you hear us now?
I can, yes. Isn't technology wonderful?
Yep.
All
right.
So now we can reconvene open session. Vice President Pizzati?
Here.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez?
Here. Here.
Trustee Wong?
Present.
Trustee Alcala? I'm sure she's out there somewhere. She's probably in no man's land like I was. I am here. Announcement of action taken in closed session. E1, Government Code Section 54957.6. Conference with labor negotiators, WSDA, CSEA management. Information received and the board discussed. This is an action item. Approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I move. I second.
Yeah, you got it.
Moved by Vice President Pizzati, seconded by Trustee Wong. Again, since we are virtual, all votes are roll call votes. Vice President Pizzati.
Aye.
Trustee or Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Alcala. Got faith that she's there. She's having issues like I was. I vote aye. So the agenda is approved. Okay, J1, our association reports, WSTA. I actually have Mr. Buse's comment. Let me pull that up.
President Jackson, Mr. Buse is actually on the line also.
Perfect. Perfect. Mr. Buse, you are up, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Good evening. Well, we've said it before, safety, safety, safety. And when we spoke about that on previous occasions, it had to do often with what was going on or not going on in our schools. Right now, given distance learning and so forth, we have continuing concerns about safety. We are doing a series of meetings, forum type meetings at different schools, and getting a clear picture of questions that unit members have and any kind of concerns. One of those main concerns is safety for going back to school. When that happens, how can we guarantee the safety of our students and their families and us as professionals and our families? These are the things that are paramount in the minds of many of our teachers, and we're looking for ways to make sure that we can do things right. We don't want to come back, for example, and cause a spike, as has happened in some places. There are differing ideas about a safe social distancing. I'm hearing recently that 6 feet may not be enough distance between people. These are the kinds of things that concern us as we leave our homes and go to teach, and how do we affect our students? If we become ill, how do we affect our family members? These are legitimate and important concerns, and I know that the board shares those concerns, but we look forward to dialogue and planning to make sure that we can get back to school when the time comes in a safe and orderly manner. We thank you for listening to our concerns, and that's all I have for this evening, unless anyone has any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And we have the CSEA report.
I'm here. Daniel's here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can, Daniel. Thank you.
Good evening. I would first like to thank Chris Mount Benitez for taking the time this week at our CSEA informational meeting, where he presented the budget update to all the membership and explained it and answered questions the members had. So I'd like to thank him for that. Also, I would like to say CSEA and HR, we continue to work on different MOUs, and we're trying to wrap these up as quickly as possible to get it to you guys, to get them agreed on so we can move forward. We've met we meet all the time, but we've met a couple times this week to discuss the budget tiers, and we meet next week, I believe, to go over the tier 3 from the budget. So I'm looking forward to having that meeting also. And we did meet with HR, and we agreed to the reduction in our professional development fund by 50%, which would bring it to $50,000 annually. We're currently working on language on an MOU for that. So that should be wrapped up here probably by the end of next week as well. And then to follow Mr. Buse's concerns, I too frequently meet and take phone calls from office staff that have safety concerns of when we return back to work about how they will be protected from the public entering the office and just safety concerns. So I would like to discuss that at some point in time also with HR and probably with the MOT department to see how we're going to come up with a plan for that. But other than that, thank you, and you guys have a good evening.
Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Okay, with that, we'll move to our public comments. Due to restrictions of social distancing and reducing the spread and risk of infection of the coronavirus COVID-19, members of the public may address the board one person at a time for the allocated 3 minutes by calling into the meeting of which the meeting is being held. In addition, a member of the public may send an email to the president and secretary of the Board of Education to have the comment read for the record during the public comment portion of the meeting. Public comment sent via email must be received prior or by 12 noon on the day of the meeting. Please send all the communications to either myself, Superintendent Luna, by 12 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Members of the public may address the board on topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board and are not on the agenda, although the board by law may not take action at this meeting. The board may limit the time for public input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive the item limit for a particular item. Public comments consisting of individual charges, complaints, or derogatory remarks about any district employee are requested to be submitted in writing to the administration in accordance with the district's complaint procedure. Okay, with that, we will go. I understand we have a few public comments.
President Jackson, we have 8 public comments. The first public comment is from Julie Wang Gutierrez.
Okay. Hi, Julie.
If your phone is muted, you can hit *6. Julie Wang Gutierrez.
Okay, there. I was pressing # or #6. Sorry about that. Okay, good evening. Superintendent Luna, board members. My name is Julie Wang Gutierrez. I am a parent of 3 children who currently attend Southport Elementary School. And I'd like to use this time of public comment to address the anticipated hybrid, probably learning environment, virtual and with some in-person in the fall. I am a community volunteer in Girl Scouts as well as Cub Scouts, as well as Boy Scouts or Scouts BSA as it is now known. And so I have been in touch with many adults and parents and children in the community who attend Washington Unified School District, as well as other schools. So with that as a background, I'd like my comments to be focused on being constructive, but giving you some direct feedback about what is working and what is not working. So let me start by commending the school district for reaching out to the parents and for conducting a parent survey to find out what our needs are. It was a bit late in the game after basically the entirety of the school year for the virtual learning had passed, but nonetheless, you reached out, and that's very meaningful because at this time, more than ever, the school district board, the superintendent, the administrators and teachers need to reach out, to communicate, and to partner with the parents. Parents have been thrust into the role of a teacher without any training or knowledge of Common Core standards, teaching curricula that they have never seen, designed, or frankly, they may not even understand. Now more than ever, we must all partner together and work closely to secure the education of our children. So I have several comments, and I'll just take them all each in turn. First, mandatory virtual classrooms must occur, just like normal in-person attendance-based education. Optional virtual class hours they serve a purpose of engagement in a social interaction, but have very limited value. So that needs to be minimized or eliminated. Second, the schools must provide a normal substantive class with substantive course material, whether that is provided by an in-person or a virtual Zoom lecture. It should be, if it is going to be virtual, it should be completely engaging as if that student were sitting in their seat in class, needing to pay attention to that teacher. If they need to redirect students due to behavioral issues or non-participation, then they can utilize things like breakout rooms or teacher's aides or whomever is available to assist and support that teacher. But what I'm stressing here is the substantive coursework. So many parents are concerned about lost education time, lost learning time, which will have repercussions for the rest of these children's lives. How can teachers, my next comment has to deal with sensitivities to teachers who are in the same situation as I am, frankly, a full-time working parent.
Sorry, Ms. Wayne Gutierrez, just to let you know, you have 30 seconds left.
So teachers can deliver video recorded lectures, which will allow them flexibility of when they provide the substantive content. Teachers should be mandated to teach every day from their classrooms at least 5 hours a day. It is a full-time job to which they should be held accountable. Teachers should collaborate in grade groups, whether that's within one school or multiple schools. That way, they have each other's support and the students have the benefit of all of the teaching styles. If there is going to be an A or a B in-person alternating day program, it needs to be delivered so that families who have multiple siblings are on that same schedule.
Okay,
Virtual
and
teaching.
time.
Thank you, Mrs. Gutierrez. Appreciate it. Our next public comment.
The next public comment is Dr. West.
Good doctor, it is now your time.
Do they know how to get off mute, Ruth?
Yes, she did earlier. Dr. West, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Perfect.
Know that voice.
I'm going to launch right into my 3 minutes. I've got several public comments. So I wanted to make a public comment and continue to advocate for parent involvement, similar actually to the first public comment that you've already heard, in the planning process for distance learning in the fall. Again, similar to your first comment, I actually very much appreciated the survey that the district distributed. I actually think, as you heard in the first comment, because she ran out of time, it may not have captured all of the many issues that parents, myself, and other fellow parents that I have talked to have experienced. Again, it was a great start. And I additionally would say what is truly needed is parent representation, potentially on your task force. Again, we are your partners in this new endeavor, and it's important that our perspective is heard and integrated into our distance learning plans for the fall. It must involve us early and often, and if the plans involve us and are about us, we need to be at the table. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. West. Our next public comment.
The next public comment is from Carmen Wright.
Ms. Wright, it's now your time.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah,
can
we
you hear
can
me?
hear you. Yes, we can hear
Okay.
you.
Yeah, good evening, school board members, Linda Luna members. Just 2 points I wanted to share. One was my concerns regarding our students. I've attended quite a few IEP meetings these past 2 weeks. And in these meetings, what I'm gathering is that our students who are now receiving services from our school or our school social workers will or may not receive them when the school ends. And I'm requesting maybe considering that these important services to continue over the summer for our students who are struggling emotionally. As you're aware that teaching will be a challenge if we don't address these issues. If you can consider that, that would be great. That was my first point. My second point, I just wanted to share with the public some of my experience through virtual Zoom meetings, and it looks different from every classroom. And I had, a few virtual or Zoom meetings. Some of my students were holding their baby brother or their baby sister during the meetings because now they're in the role of a caregiver. So I can only imagine how difficult or challenging it is for these students to learn in that type of environment. So I know the discussion of how distance learning will look like or is going to look like or may look like. Just consider that every home is not conducive to learning. And those are my 2 points. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Our next public comment.
Christy Barnes. Christy Barnes.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
Yes, we can.
You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Christy Barnes. I just wanted to bring up the dual immersion perspective. I feel like we might not be getting as much attention in this difficult time as maybe we were hoping to. I know that, for me, we're a English only family who we're really looking forward to getting that, deeper education with having our children actually learn both Spanish and English. And so, my daughter is a kindergartner, and so we've gone through almost the entire year where she was excelling, doing really well and starting to really get the hang of Spanish, but now she's kind of falling back because we missed those last 2.5 months. So I just want to be sure that there's something in the plan, and kind of like Dante, like Dr. West had said, involving parents and how we can formulate that plan. And then, as well as the speaker before me, not all homes are intended for or even conducive to creating a good or producing a good learning environment. So I'm hoping that there's something on the table at some point for us to be able to incorporate how we can get these kids have to hear Spanish at least, I'm thinking, 4 hours a day. And only Spanish. We've looked into different resources, and we've been given different resources from the school, like OutSchool or, RAS Kids, stuff like that, but they aren't immersive. So our kids aren't hearing it all the time. They're not being, surrounded with that Spanish only, turning their brains on to that Spanish environment. I think it's really important that we consider that, and I hope we do, because I want her to be able to learn and excel in math and science and reading, in both English and Spanish. So hopefully we can address that at some point and have a good plan moving forward, or at least a plan moving forward. I know it's tough, but like Dr. West said, we're here to partner with you, and I hope you include us, and I hope we can come together to find something that works. And that's it.
Great. Thank you very much. Our next public comment.
Sharon Council.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Ms. Council. Thank you.
All right. Hello, Superintendent, board members. My name is Sharon Council. I currently have 3 students in the district, 2 at Southport, 1 at Washington Middle College High School. And my topic is grades. My daughter, for Middle College High School, I was informed April 16th. The principal did a live stream discussing all the distance learning and how it was going, and that the students had an option for grades, meaning if they wanted to receive credit or a letter grade. And my child decided to do a letter grade because for her, the letter grade represents her hard work. And she wanted to show to us and herself that she can do it and maintain a certain GPA. Now, I understand across the state we couldn't have this uniform policy, that each district got to do something different. And I also understand we shouldn't penalize students for the current situation. However, I was hoping for that our board would have maybe notified parents a little bit sooner about their decision, because I was told something April 16th. And then my child got an email May 12th about the May 5th decision. And I feel as though those students who work really hard to achieve a letter grade should have had that option to have that letter grade. And the students that wanted credit or no credit should have had that option as well, because it may have been in their best interest to earn credit, or there were some unforeseen circumstances which they needed to have that. And so I'm just hoping that if there's a possibility, if perhaps we can do a hybrid, because I know in the Woodland Unified School District, they're doing a hybrid grading for high school students, as well as Roseville and Elk Grove. And I just feel as though that we're not giving our kids the opportunity to those who have the choice to keep their choice of receiving a letter grade. And I was just hoping perhaps maybe that parents be a little bit more included, or perhaps given an option or a survey on what their thoughts on that, because I'm sure, speaking to other parents, especially in high school, for AP classes and other grades, that this was important for them. I understand my daughter, she's a freshman, and I was told, well, you know what? Freshman grades really don't count. But our district touts itself on being A through G. And as a freshman, she took A through G classes. And so when she applies to colleges, she's competing against other students from different districts who are allowed to have a letter grade. So I'm just hoping in the future that perhaps we can consider parents' input and just giving us the option or choice that they can do both. Now, I know that's probably a lot of work on the administrative end, but I think that's something that we should really consider if that's something that can possibly happen now. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you. And our next public comment.
Sorry, Jamie Van Royen.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Jamie. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity to address your group. As a single mother of an elementary age child in the district, I'm very concerned about talk of extended distance learning in the fall. I understand steps need to be taken to keep our children safe, but many factors need to be considered in this decision. As an essential employee that has worked every day during the shelter in place on-site in my laboratory, I would be forced to seek childcare for my child when the time she's not in a traditional class. In the classroom, especially in elementary age, it is possible to limit exposure to 20 to 30 children as they stay in the same class all day. If we cut class times and sizes in half, they would only be exposed to 10 to 15 at that time, but then many children would be exposed to an additional group of children in a childcare setting when they are not at school. From a contact tracing and isolation perspective, this is counterproductive. I also fear that some families will not have a safe place for their children. Either children will be left without an adult present or an improvised care situation where licensing, inspection, and background checks may not exist. Also in these settings, social distancing and cleaning standards may not be enforced or even necessarily understood. If a hybrid approach is not avoidable, please make sure childcare is offered at school sites or in an alternate safe location. This will at least help to keep our children in a safe location and keep their parents employed. Also, a large part of early childhood education is social interaction. My child has greatly missed the social learning of the classroom and has regressed due to lack of motivation and social interaction. As someone that reviews hygiene standards as part of my career, the CDC guidelines appear achievable. While social distancing is very difficult with 6-year-olds, I have no doubt our fantastic teachers will invent a fabulous game to make it happen, just like they managed 7 weeks of kindergarten online at the drop of a hat. Windows can be open, classes moved outside to event-style tents, dedicated supplies for each student. I know I would be
more than happy to provide all the materials my child needs and even donate towards the cost of those for students that can't afford them. Sick and exposed children can be offered distance learning. This could also be opened up to families with high risk factors in the home or that are just not comfortable returning to campus. This would naturally lower class sizes and provide work for teachers that may have a higher risk profile and shouldn't be in the classroom around children. As a society, it disappoints me that we have better plans for going shopping for new clothes or opening up hair salons than we do for our children's return to school. My child's teacher worked wonders when our world turned upside down. What happened really needed to happen. But now we have time to plan and be smart and get our kids safely back into the classroom. Longer-term distance education, especially full-time, is a loss to our students. This is our time to step up and do what's right for our children's education and social development while keeping them safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment.
Martha Hansen. Martha Hansen.
Hi, Martha, are you there? Ms. Hansen, are you on the line? Okay. Do we have another public comment there?
We do, and if you press *6, that can help unmute if that is an issue. The next public comment is Colin Malik.
Mr. Malik, you're up, sir.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Luna. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can, sir. Thank you.
We got you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sirs and ma'ams. Good evening, members of the board. Good evening, Superintendent Luna. I come to you tonight to talk about 4 things briefly. First of all is the disappointing facet of these board meetings. We are well over 7 weeks into shelter in place. The board meetings are becoming more and more exclusionary. We are living in a time and environment where video conferencing, outside sources can be prevented and predicted and kept out of important fundamental meetings. By having these meetings only through phone, it is becoming more and more exclusionary to the general public. That is not a part of the democratic process. Number 2, this must be a foundational concern and point. This has been crisis-based learning, not distance learning. Teachers have done an amazing job over the past 7 weeks to implement and rapidly transition to crisis-based learning. To continue to call it distance learning is disingenuous. Distance learning provides a couple of things: that people are invested and have had training. 2, that they want to do it. Neither of those situations apply to what we are doing. Therefore, this should have been and must be in the future called crisis-based learning. Until we have in place a distance-based model, this is not distance learning. I repeat, this is not distance-based learning. This is teachers doing amazing things and preventing the loss of student learning and education. My third point, we must consider safety first. There is a giant cloud looming and it's less than 10 weeks away. My fear and concern is we will be unprepared and not at a place where we can return to what might look like either distance-based model or returning to actual classrooms. The only way to have safety first will be a distance learning-based model, in my opinion. Fourthly, communication must be improved from the district to the parents. This has been said by several public comments tonight and must be done more effectively and more efficiently. There is clearly not enough outreach happening to parents and stakeholders throughout the community. The DO should focus its efforts on interacting and building relations with parents and also providing platforms, trainings, videos of all sorts and types for parents. Teachers have done an exceptional job of creating and modifying what we need to do. The district should focus on the 1/3 of the component that is parents. Lastly, board members, I believe you made the right decision on grading. I am firmly behind you with your decision on credit versus no credit. We have gone and past that point. I do commend the board for taking that action. Again, that credit, no credit decision was not an easy decision to come to, but it protected the most vulnerable members of our communities and populations when it comes to students. And I understand the concern of parents for AP, and I understand the concern of parents for grade.
Thank you, Mr. Mallett. Do we have any more public comments?
Just if Miss Martha Hanson has gotten on, she was the only other.
Okay. Ms. Hanson, are you there?
And just so you know, when we get to L2, Dr. West has a public comment for L2.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Hello.
I'm
there.
sorry about that.
That's okay.
As my children's this is Martha Hampton. As my children's teacher that is on the line can tell you, I am very technology insufficient to say the least. So as a lot of you guys know, I have 3 students in the district. And this distance learning, or a form of, is something I fought for a very, very long time for my student receiving special ed services. It's not work, to say the least, for my family, but in large part because I don't know what I'm doing technology wise. So my ask is that this does continue in some form, whether it be for all students, optional, but I need it especially for my son who is in the special day class, special education. We almost lost him 5 years ago due to severe seizures. We did lose him, and they brought him back several times. And come to find out, the seizures were caused by having 7 viruses at one time. So the way everybody is currently living in the world, that's how my family has been living, minus the masks. And we've been gloved, sanitized, you name it. That's our life. So this wasn't, on that aspect, that big of an adjustment for us. But what was an adjustment is mom having to be the teacher to 3 kids sitting on a couch at one time that are all in different grades and different levels. One kid, the oldest, not knowing how to read, the 2 younger siblings do, and it just has been chaos. But I need parent training, and I want this to continue, especially for our high needs son, but I am in desperate need for parent training. So I guess my ask is that this continue in some form, at least as an option for certain families, and that we find a way to better work together, teachers and parents, and that somehow, some way, us parents could be better trained so that we could better serve our student, my student, your student, together. And also, I want to get people to start thinking about the way that you guys receive the funding, the per pupil, average daily attendance. That I think it's time that we all start working together to talk to our policymakers and get that changed so you could get the funding you need and still be able to teach our students in the way that might be working for today's time. So hope you guys all have a good, safe evening, and hope you take into consideration continuing the distance learning in some form for students like mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson. And I believe that was our last public comment. Is that correct?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, I would like to thank everyone from the...
Excuse me, I had a public comment. I tried to leave a message, but I don't know if it went through.
Okay, and you are?
Hi, my name is Brandon Duff. I am a teacher at River City High School. I am a community member, and I would like to just thank you very much to the school board and Linda Luna for this opportunity to make this public comment. I have lived in this district for 17 years. I've been a teacher here this is my 20th year. I have 3 kids in the district, and I'm very proud to be a teacher at River City High School, a teacher of the Washington Unified School District. With this shelter in place, I can totally admit and acknowledge that I don't think we were quite prepared in the beginning, and I think that we've done the best that we could, and I applaud the board for doing what you can to support us. 2.5 weeks ago, my wife woke up and she had symptoms of COVID, and she went into isolation for 4 days, and my in-laws, her mother and father, are an integral part of our family, and they're in their 70s, and they do a lot to help our family with supporting our children, supporting my wife, myself, and in their 70s, they are vulnerable. My wife developed some symptoms, and I was by myself, and like some of the parents that are out there, I understand at this moment what it's like. I was terrified. I was scared. My wife was scared. My children were scared. My in-laws could not be a part of our family anymore. They have to distance themselves because they're susceptible. And while my wife went through 4 days of isolation, she was able to get a test, and she's negative. But those 4 days of isolation and not knowing what things are going to happen was terrifying. I love my job. I love my students. I miss my students. I love what I do. I've been here for 20 years and doing this. And while I know that this isn't the best opportunity for the students to learn, I know that we can improve upon that. I'm scared to go back right now until we can find something that's going to make things better, make things safer for our students, for the parents, for the teachers, for the extended families that are part of their lives. We know that a lot of our students live in many with many family members. I'm just scared, and I know that we will work together to find what's best, if that's a hybrid or whatever it may be. I just wanted to extend my experience with this, and as a teacher, I'm scared to go back, and I love my job, and I'm at a crossroads. I just wanted to share that anecdote with you. And again, thank you for your time. Thank you for what you do, board members. Thank you, Linda Luna. You've been very supportive. And thank you to all my friends and colleagues in the district. That's all I wanted to share with you, is that my experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. I'd like to thank all the members of the public for your comments this evening. They are very much appreciated, and we appreciate your guys' feedback. With that, we'll move on to information and discussion items. L1, community survey results, Godby Research, and TBWB strategist. Mr. Morgan and Mr. Godby.
Hi, this is Brian Godby. Jared Boynton, my associate, is also with me. I don't know if Jared, you wanted to make any comments to start, or if you want me to just jump in.
No, I'm here, board members, and I'll help co-present with Brian, but in the interest of time, why don't we just jump right into the results?
Okay, great. And somebody was going to have the presentation up, or do you want me to share from my screen?
It's coming now.
Okay, great, thank you.
Can you see it?
I can, yeah, it's in the background a little bit, but there, okay, yeah.
I have to scroll because it's a PDF.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Okay, so as you know, we conducted a survey that was commissioned by the district. We looked at a variety of different things. The first grouping really was the district climate, to determine what the community thinks about the response from state and local government to the crisis, to look at the district's efforts in that area, to look at the direction of the community and the economy, and of course to also look at the view of the Board of Trustees. The main part of the survey, of course, was assessing voter support for a bond measure. We also identified the various priorities and projects that the voters were most interested in. We tested a variety of informational statements, and then there's a wealth of demographic and behavioral characteristics, which we use to validate the sample and make sure that it is representative of the likely voters this coming November. Next slide, please. Can we advance the slide?
I did advance it. I'm on page 3.
There you go. Okay, now I see it. Thank you.
There's a delay. Sorry, it just takes a second.
Okay, yeah, I'll just hold my breath for a little bit. Take a deep breath. Thank you. In terms of the specific methodology, this was an online and a phone survey, and that means we did landline calls, and you see 74 were completed. We did cell phone calls, 30 were completed. We did text to an online survey, and that was the bulk of the surveys at 468. We're seeing that become the norm. And then we also did email invitations, and that was 22. This is a fairly typical pattern, but one of the things that we noted with greater regularity is that the text invitations have a representation across all age groups, but they're a little underrepresented for seniors, so 65 plus. But when we do the landline calls, we pick up seniors almost right away, and the majority of those are so. So that helps us out to do this multiple different approaches to make sure we get a representative sample. The universe was likely November 2020 voters, as I mentioned earlier, in the district. We were in the field from the end of April through the beginning of May. The average telephone survey was 20 minutes long. We don't know how long it takes people to complete the survey online, because you can start it and go have dinner and watch TV and come back hours later and hit submit. But we do know that people hit submit buttons all the time, and that's really helpful because we're able to survey them on their schedule, not on ours. As a result of the online, we overperformed in the number of completed interviews and got 594 total completes. And that gives us a margin of error of 3.96 or 4% in round numbers. Moving to the first section, that climate, district climate, the first was a question of, is the district going, or local community rather, going the right direction, wrong direction, or staying about the same? As you can see here, 44% are saying right direction, 28% in round numbers are saying about the same. That's a total of 71%. And then just 17% are saying it's going the wrong direction, which is actually a pretty good number. That's low for this question since we've been asking it since the crisis began. Next slide, please. Okay, and this is the question I mentioned earlier that we've added to virtually all of our surveys, and it serves a couple purposes. One, it gives us valuable information, but it also makes sure that we're in tune with the crisis and what people are going through. So we've asked them if they have a favorable or unfavorable view of the job of the state and local governments. And for local governments, we called out the county, the city, and the school district by name. And what you see here in the box in the lower left-hand corner, where we've added the vary and somewhats together on both sides of the equation, is that we're at 74% favorable versus 20% unfavorable. That's about a 3.7 to 1 positive to negative ratio. And that's actually quite good. We've seen this range as low as 65% and as high as 79. So you're in the middle high portion of the 20 or so surveys that we've seen data for. And I think that's good news. Obviously, the majority or the vast majority are happy with the efforts that, that local government has been undertaking. Next slide. So switching gears a little bit from the climate section, this next set of questions really deals specifically with the bond measure. The first one is what we call the ballot question, and this is the initial support. You see the actual question that we asked on the right-hand side of the slide in the yellow box, and it meets all the requirements set forth by the state, the number of words, the rates, the timing, and those sorts of issues. As well as, you can see the bullets are a real short summary since we only have 75 words here. of what we would do with the measure. And so when we analyze this for feasibility purposes, we add the definitely and probably together. And you see we're at 59% total support, which for a Prop 39 bond measure that only requires 55% to be successful, that's a pretty good place to be. And it covers the 4% error rate that we've got, meaning that in a worst case scenario, this could be as low as 50 right at 55. Maybe a little bit higher, but that's a pretty good place to start when people don't have a lot of information. Next slide.
Yeah, this is Jared.
Oh,
I just want to, we just want to point out that this, as Brian says, it's a very encouraging place to start for a bond measure that needs 55% approval. And again, as Brian emphasized earlier, this data collection was all undertaken in March. So, after we were a shelter in place and after the stock market crash and, all of the sort of current conditions that everybody's experiencing. So, these numbers all encompass current context.
So the next slide shows you a variety of items. We call them the features of the measure. And basically this is the things we might spend the money on. And we asked these in a random order, and then we said, are you much more likely, somewhat less likely, or much less likely to support the measure based on this? You can see we've assigned numeric values across the bottom of the slide, each of those response categories, 2, 1, -1, -2. And we do that to create this intensity scale that you see right next to the bars, 1.08, 1.05. It's just a really good way to rank these items vis-a-vis each other, given that there are a variety of different responses possible. Now, it's also useful to look at the percentage much more likely and somewhat more likely added together, and that's reflected by the ranges in the arrow, the blue arrow on the far right-hand side. We also put these in what we call tiers, and basically those are statistical groupings. So while there are some numeric differences, from a margin of error perspective, they're all essentially tied. And you'll remember we had about a 4% plus or minus. So we're right at the edge of the error rate here. The 66 could be 70 and the 73 could be 69. So hence you see how they're statistically tied. It's useful to use our intensity scale to rank them. And you can see in our top tier, the most important items are upgrading classrooms and internet access for science, technology, engineering, and math instruction. Upgrade all schools to meet academic safety and disabled accessibility standards. Upgrade classrooms and labs for hands-on instruction needed in the 21st century. Bring all schools in the district up to the same standard, which is obviously important. Improve classroom technology and school safety to help retain and attract quality teachers. Repair and upgrade deteriorating roofs, plumbing, and electrical. And upgrade classrooms for science, technology, engineering, and math. And that may sound similar. It is, in fact, similar to item O, and it was in there intentionally. We have it, if you look closely, it's with and internet access or without it. Now, technically, they're both statistically tied, but numerically, adding the internet access component to the STEM classrooms is important, and it's at the top of the list. You can see some of the remaining items further down that are important, but just not as important as that top list.
And Brian, this is Jared again. I'll just jump in and point out two things on this slide. The first is that when we talk about projects for a bond, this slide reminds us that it's really important to talk about the impacts of the projects, not the buildings themselves. So the most important thing to your voters is instruction that takes place with improved classrooms and internet access, and that you're keeping disabled access and safety and academic standards are being met, not regardless of what it takes to do to the buildings to meet those standards. They want those standards to be met. They want students to have that hands-on instruction. And importantly for your district, they want all schools in the district to meet the same standards. So it's really valuable when we think about how to communicate to people in the community, to our friends and neighbors, to our coworkers about this measure, that we keep the focus on the outcomes of the bond and not get lost too much in the weeds of which portable classrooms are going to be replaced in which place, but really that the focus of these projects is about the outcomes as they relate to student instruction, student safety, hands-on instruction, and importantly, the equity and access issue.
Okay, the next set of questions, methodology is very similar, although this is informational statements. So these are accountability provisions of the measure, as well as informational items that people want to hear about. The scale is a little different. It's just 2, 1, 0. So when you're comparing with the previous question set, the 1.27, 1.25 doesn't match up directly. So it's better probably to look at the total, at least somewhat more likely adding those two categories together. But again, it's still a really good way to rank these items vis-a-vis each other. The good news is everything on this slide is in tier 1, so they're all top arguments. And you can see they range from 1.27 to 1.09, or also 72 down to 67%. So all well above this 55% threshold that we need to be successful with the measure. And they include a variety of items. At the top of the list is the measure requires independent citizens oversight and audits to ensure that the money is spent as promised. That's actually required by Prop 39, that independent citizen oversight, but it tests obviously very well on its own and is really important to stress in the measure. All money raised by this measure will be controlled locally and will go to our local schools and cannot be taken away by the state, is the second item there. The third item is a little bit longer and doesn't all fit, obviously, but the early childhood education benefits everyone in the community with significant and long-lasting effects, such as reducing school dropouts, increasing high school and college graduation rates, and better preparing students for today's workforce, is number 3. Number 4 is if voters approve this measure, our schools will qualify for state matching money. If we don't pass a local bond, we won't get our fair share of state bond funds. And then the 5th is the measure ensures students have the same arts and music education opportunities as students in wealthier districts. There's a variety of other items here as well. I won't read all of those in deference to the board's time, but again, to say, these are all really strong pieces of information that needs to get out to the likely voters in November.
And I'll point out as well here that what you have on the slide are a lot of favorable statements. In other words, information that when voters hear it, it really helps them understand the need and rationale for a bond. A lot of times when Brian and I will do a study like this in a district, we might have 3 or 4 statements that score as highly as these. But here, we're looking at about a dozen statements. So really providing information is very helpful to your voters. They understand in principle what a bond might do, but the information that helps them understand how a bond can impact student instruction and safety and access and all these equity issues, that's really helpful. So providing that information is valuable, and that's a big learning from this study as well.
Next slide. So after we presented those pieces of information we've been talking about, we come back to our ballot question a second time, and obviously we're looking to see what the difference is, and you can see we go from 59.3 to 64.3, so a 5-point jump, which is encouraging. Obviously, it gives us a much larger cushion for a 55% threshold. Again, worst case is with the margin of error that this could be 60.3, so that's a 5-point cushion over the simple 55% majority that we need. The other thing that you'll notice is the green box has increased as well. So not only is the total up, but the intensity, the number of definitely yeses, has gone from 27 to 53 to 35. So that's a really important finding as well. So moving on to then the summary. On the next slide, you'll see really that, obviously repeating ourselves a little bit, support was at 59.3 on the first test. On the second, after they got information, it was at 64.3. There's a variety of voter priorities, including upgrading classrooms and internet access for science, technology, engineering, and math, upgrading schools to meet academic safety and disabled access standards, and on down the list. Additionally, voters are looking for information about the measures, as we've talked about, like the independent citizens oversight. Next slide, please. All the money will be controlled locally and can't be taken by the state. And the fact that we can qualify for matching fund if we have this available, and down that list as well. So in summary, given the survey findings and the 55% majority required for approval for this kind of measure, we think that the district should continue the process of preparing for a new November 2020 bond measure election.
And just as a reminder about that process, so the board does not have to make a final decision on this tonight. The final decision on this will come to the board in July. And in between now and then, we encourage board members and district officials to engage key community leaders and members of the community in conversation, fact-based informational conversation about the need for a bond, the reason you're thinking about a bond, some of the important instructional benefits that a bond would support, the equity benefits, importantly in your district, that you have some 70-year-old schools that really haven't been modernized, need to be at the same standards, academic and safety standards as other schools. And the point that a bond can often serve as a local economic stimulus and job creator for an area. It was also in the poll, I didn't point it out earlier, but neglected to mention, that is an argument or a piece of information that's valuable for people as they know that you're considering this. So we encourage folks to have that conversation. We'll be working with district staff to help them have that conversation broadly with the parent and staff community and other members of the community as well, prior to the board making a final decision on this at some point in July.
Great. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Do we have any questions from the board? Comments? Vice President Pizzati?
Yeah, I was really happy to see these numbers, especially with the jump. I didn't think the positive test would jump up as much as it did. 59% is a great starting off point. That's the initial ask is you're already passing. But after the positives of what this bond will do, makes it jump up to 64. That's you're almost 10% more than needed to pass a bond. It shows that this community is very engaged in making sure that our kids have the best quality schools to attend. And we have some schools in our district that are 70 years old and are in such a disrepair. Our kids shouldn't be going to them. Our staff should not be working in them. So I would just like to say I'm absolutely I'm absolutely thrilled with what the survey came back with, and I'd like to thank you, gentlemen, for your time and effort in putting this together in such a complete and thorough package.
President Jackson, this is Trustee Alcala. May I make a comment?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Okay, I had very strong reservations before I saw this, the results of the survey. I was really concerned that the public would not be supporting this, but I think it was eloquently put by Mr. Pizzotti that, our community cares about equity. They care about the kids in our district. And I was very surprised, very happily surprised that we are receiving the support that we need for, a bond measure to pass. So I just wanted to make that comment. I've changed my, I should say I'm no longer as concerned as I was about whether this bond measure would pass. And I just wanted to say that, I have changed my opinion as to whether this bond measure, would go through. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Alcala. Trustee Wong.
I may have gotten this wrong, but did we have a comment on L1, Ruth? Or was that a different item? Was that Dr. Early West, or was that a different item?
L2. L2.
Oh, L2. Gotcha.
Yes, L2.
Yes.
And since I have the floor, I also agree with the comments of my colleagues. I was really heartened by the fact that our community really supports our vision of equity and ensuring that our older schools that are 75 years old have yet to be touched should be equal to the schools that are newer. And so I know it's still, we're not deciding anything today. I think it's just a challenging kind of conversation to have, but I appreciate your hard work on this. And, you know, just really, really thankful for pushing that out and sharing this with us.
You know, I didn't think about this. We may not have had somebody sign up to ask for this, but generally speaking, when like we're in an in-person board meeting,
right,
we do allow members of the public to make comments if they happen to hear something that they wanted to comment on. So
yeah, just give me 1 second. I'll open that up here in just a second. Kirby Gonzalez, you had a comment?
Sure, thank you. I want to acknowledge that this is many years to get to this conversation, and that we've been talking, I believe 2 years ago, started to do town halls at every single school, going through the budget at every single school and talking about facilities. And the facility plan was done with the community, coming onto school sites and working with us and taking their feedback for that. And so I really want to thank staff for laying the groundwork to really where these numbers are today in terms of people understanding the work that's been done and where our budget's going. And I have to echo the same statements. It feels good to know that our community is at the very forefront is equity. And I also teach in a very old school, like some of these 70-year-old schools, and ventilation right now is more important than ever. These old schools have windows that are almost painted shut, right? If you're in an old school, you know. And this is a time where we need to address some of those things. And I do want to say that it's been, there has been some work done. There used to be, I'm thinking about Westfield Village's old entrance that they used to have to get in, and that's been refurbished a little bit. Of course, what we've done at Bright Culinary, but those were steps, and we need to do more. And so it really helped to see this data. So I really want to thank you, Jared and Brian. It was very helpful to look at. I know we're not making a decision now. We have more conversations to have, but reading through this and looking at it was very important. And I think the perspective of knowing that our facilities need to be safe for children and where we are right now, I think is an important opportunity. And I think it also showed us on the data, we've done a good job of educating our district community, but we have some work to do with those folks that don't have children in our school district. We have great communications going out, which of course, this is a plug for anybody without kids in our district to sign up for right now. But how do we, a question we need to keep thinking about, how do we educate the community, bond or not? We want them to know what we're doing in our schools and what our budget is. It's their tax money. And so I think this is good data for that too. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I'll make my statement. Then if there are people from the public who have public comments, I know if we were in a normal board meeting, you'd have the opportunity to be able to fill out a form and turn it in and be able to make the comment. So since the public's just on the phone, we'll try to figure out a best way to handle this at this time. So if you want to make a public comment, just kind of get yourselves lined up, and then we'll, after I make my comment, we'll go ahead and open that up. But I will say this, is that I too was very pleasantly surprised by the results of the survey. Wasn't what I was expecting, because I was actually expecting the exact opposite. And what I think is important for people to understand is that this is actually an effort to erase the inequity and the imbalance in our schools and our districts. Because if you live on the south side of town and you've never been to any of the schools on the north side of town, you will see that there is a strike contrast in terms of the types of schools that we have on one end of the town versus the other. And in this day and age, that type of stuff should not, and in my opinion, will not be tolerated. I mean, because a lot of our schools on the north side of town have not been touched in decades, literally decades, where the schools have, a lot of those schools on the north side of town still have single pane windows that have the old caulk that we used to break out and throw at each other when I was a kid. Okay, I mean that's what's kind of holding a lot of those schools together, and there's literally a lot of hope, and a lot of those schools are being held together with a lot of hopes and prayers, and that, oh, let's hope and pray that the roof doesn't blow off this winter, so that we can make it through the winter. And it's those types of those types of situations, and where should it have been taken care of before? Yeah, but the fact of the matter is that it wasn't. Maybe it was an oversight. It would have been easier to probably kind of tie those types of revisions into those schools as the schools on the south side of town were being developed and growing during that time. We're not in that time. We're in a much different time now. But that does not negate the need that exists for those schools and for those kids. Because ultimately, you can say, oh, well, that's on that side of town. My kids go to school on this side of town. But guess what? Ultimately, all of those kids are going to end up in the same place. And as a community, it's our responsibility to make sure that we are putting all of our kids in this community in the absolute best situation possible, that is the best conducive learning environment for all of those kids. And and just by putting this measure on the ballot, we're asking for permission to start that process. Doesn't mean it's going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen next year. It's not going to happen next month. But it gets the ball rolling so that we can start planning and improving not only those schools, but also making improvements and making some of the most needed improvements and changes that people want to see, even at River City. Things that have been lacking there that this community has desperately wanted. But honestly, without this bond, and particularly, especially concerning the time that we're in now, without this, the ability to be able to do the things that the community wants and needs to see and improve in our schools is not financially possible. Just be honest, we don't have the money. The money doesn't exist. I mean, I was shocked at the last board meeting to realize when it came to light that we don't even have a fund for routine maintenance for our current schools, which just completely blew my mind. But doesn't change it. But all we can do is we can hopefully put ourselves in a better situation and a better position to be able to right some of those previous wrongs that exist in our district. And so I was very happy to see the results of this. Gentlemen, I thank you for the time that you guys put into this. I know, and especially as quickly as you guys were able to get this done. This is a pretty quick turnaround, and so I would like to thank you for that. And with that, I will say, I will ask the public if there's anyone from the public that would like to make a public comment on L1. If you could just go ahead and let yourself be known, and then we'll take public comments on L1 for the next couple minutes if we have any. Is there anyone in the public that would like to make a comment on L1?
Hi, this is Dr. Dante Early West.
Hi, Dr. West, thank you.
On L1?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I really wanted to just take this opportunity to commend the board for, one, reaching out through the survey to actually hear from our fellow Washington Unified School District parents, as well as non-parents, about our willingness as a community to invest in all children. I do live on the south side of town, so in the Southport area. But as you guys know, my daughter is in the dual immersion program at Elkhorn. I love our little school, but you also know that it hasn't been updated since 1955, which is 65 years of wear and tear and not investing in the school and the kids feeling that as well. And so I appreciate the board commenting on that this is not just about investing in the school, but this is an equity issue, and it's about investing in all of the children. that are here in West Sacramento. And again, I just want to commend the board on sending this forward because I know it was a hard decision.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Early West. Is there any other public comments on L1? No? Okay. Well, Vice President Pizzotti, go ahead.
Yeah, and there's just one other point that I wanted to. There's just one other point that I wanted to make that I think was kind of piggybacking on what you said, President Jackson, and that was, you know, the time in which this survey was conducted was during some pretty economically heavy bad news. Let's put it that way. You know, people are being laid off, or they're, you know, finding themselves without a job during this time, or on unemployment. Yet at the same time, they're having the foresight to see that we're not going to be in this time forever. And school bonds are something that are going to fund out into the future for the next 15 years or so. And this, you know, we won't be able to even, you know, start to begin to collect money on these bonds for at least another 2 years. And we will be out of that economic downturn, hopefully, or at least moving in the right direction by then. So I think it's really important to recognize that our community, even though we're in this time of recession, we are still seeing support, and not just support, but fundamentally strong support.
Thank you for that, Vice President Pizzotti. Okay. If there are no additional comments on L1. Okay. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate the work that you put into gathering the results of this survey for us. And we'll look forward to next steps.
Thank you. Happy to be of service.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Take care.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on down to L2, Update Summer Programs 2020. Mr. Moisich.
Thank you, President Jackson. So tonight, we're going to talk a little bit about our summer programs that we're offering this year. We are preparing summer school, as we have been for several years now in a row. And despite many challenges occurring currently, we have been moving forward. And tonight, I have 3 of our leaders who have been making sure this happens. So I have Stacy Tran with me, who is our English language coordinator, to talk about English Learners Summer Institute. We also have Carla Salva, our program specialist from Special Ed, who's going to talk about extended school year, and Assistant Principal Christine Mayberry from River City High School, who's going to talk about credit recovery. So they're joining me here tonight to help with this presentation. So we'll start off with Stacy talking about the English Learner Summer Institute.
Thank you. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Luna and members of the cabinet. Thank you for this opportunity to come and speak to you about our summer programs. I'm going to go ahead and start talking about our EL Summer Institute, which has been a pillar of our summer programs for years here in Washington Unified. We're going to continue with our curriculum that we use every year, our Keystone Species Units of Study. This summer, we're going to be learning about African elephants, so I'm really excited about that. We're going to use our high leverage literacy strategies in conjunction with the ELD standards, also with high level instructional coaching to our teachers in order to provide an instructional program for our students. Most of the lessons will be delivered through pre-recorded videos done by our teachers, and we'll also use a wide range of instructional platforms and Google Classroom. Next slide, please. Some key components of our institute this summer will be students who have a district Chromebook will get to keep them. We're going to put together toolkits for our students just because we can't guarantee that everyone has the instructional tools at home that they need. So we're going to give them a binder, a little whiteboard that we put together cheaply just by putting cardstock in a sheet protector, whiteboard markers, so that they can practice and interact with their teachers over the computer. We're going to use our same language-rich strategies, but now we have the added challenge of converting them to a digital platform. So we will be using Google Classroom, just like our district teachers are using now, to house our assignments, but we'll be using engaging platforms such as Screencastify, Pear Deck, Flipgrid, all kinds of things that our teachers are quickly becoming experts in order to meet the needs of our students and really get our English learners interacting and talking, even though the instruction is being done through the screen. I'm really excited that we will continue to have instructional coaching, not only for our EL program, but also for our extended school year special ed program, which Carla will talk about. And we will continue to have our daily professional learning. So after teaching in the morning, the teachers will come together via a meeting just like this, and we'll collaborate and we'll talk about best practices for ELs in order to not only meet the needs of our English learner students, but also really develop our teachers so that when they return to school, they're able to take their own little toolkit of strategies and instructional best practices with them. And of course, we always want to measure the efficacy of our program. So we will still be doing pre and post assessments. They're going to be done a little bit differently. Teachers will set up one-on-one Zoom meetings with students, and they'll have a chat and show pictures and do retells, all the things we do when we're in person, but they'll be done over the computer to really track our growth, to see if our students are growing. I'm sure they will, but also I really want to compare it to an in-person model, because I have every confidence in our teachers and our students that even though this summer will be virtual, I think we'll still see a lot of growth. This summer, our participants, we have, when I did the presentation, we had 300 students. Now it's closer to 325 English learner students in grades TK through 8. We have 14 teachers representing almost every school site in the district. We have 2 amazing instructional coaches who will be supporting, like I said, our EL program, as well as our special ed program. And they'll be helping teachers not just with the English learner strategies, but how to translate those into this digital platform. We also are fortunate enough to have 3 of our multilingual homeschool liaisons to really reach out to families and make sure they're feeling involved and connected, that they know how to access assignments, turn in assignments, to really engage with the teachers so that they can be a part of the program. Finally, I have a sample schedule on the next slide. It's going to be very different. Rather than 4 hours in the classroom this year, students can work somewhat self-paced because we didn't want lack of technology or lack of access to be an issue. Thank you. One more slide, please. Oops, maybe we don't have it. There it is. Thank you. So ideally, teachers have the flexibility to create a schedule. Students have about an hour and a half to 2 hours of self-paced instruction. We're hoping they start every morning with a class Zoom meeting to really make that face-to-face contact. They're going to be building relationships with students they've never met before. So they can do a preview and a review of content. They can do student oral language practice, songs, chants, poems, to really get the kids engaged. We didn't want to do the bulk of the instruction during the Zoom meetings because obviously kids have connectivity issues. Like Ms. Wright shared earlier during public comment, a lot of our kids are caregivers during this time, and they're taking care of younger siblings, helping out at home. So we wanted to free them up to be able to log on and complete the activities whenever they can. An example would be maybe 9:30 to 11. They would do that. We're going to have grade level specific pre-recorded lessons, including read alouds, interactive pictorial input charts, all kinds of fun things for the kids presented by their teachers. So teachers will record themselves. I'm going to record myself doing read alouds as well, just so the students can get to know me as their principal. Again, we have a variety of digital platforms we're using, and then really working this summer on creating language-rich activities where the students can actually use their listening, speaking, reading, and writing skills to grow in their English, even though they're not physically in the classroom with their teacher and their classmates. And then finally, we're going to ask teachers to do 30 minutes to an hour of daily Zoom office hours. And the way I want to set that up is that teachers will invite students either in small groups or one-on-one. There will also be time for students to pop in if they need additional support, but that will be our very intentional time where where teachers can target students based on their language needs. If we have students who are on a level 3 out of 4 on the LPAC and they just need a little push in academic language, a teacher can meet with them for 15 minutes a couple times a week and work on their skills. If we have a newcomer student who may be in middle school but really needs phonemic awareness skills, they can meet with those students and provide them what they need just to give them that added bump. Let's see. So really what we want to do is kind of transform our traditional program that has proven to be so effective into a digital platform. And I have every confidence that we've chosen the right teachers. I'm really excited about our teaching team. We had more applicants than we had teaching spaces. So I was really excited about that. I thought maybe everybody would be kind of burnt out on distance learning, but I was excited to see that teachers were enthusiastic to continue what they've learned and to really support our English learners this summer. Thank you.
Okay, now Carla Salva is going to join us to
Good
talk
evening.
about.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. I'm glad you're there. Good.
Yeah, good evening, board members and Superintendent Luna. Thank you for the opportunity to share about our extended school year program. So just a little background information is that our extended school year program is for students who are on an IEP or an individual education plan. And it's based, the recommendation for the extended school year is based on that team recommendation. Next slide, please. We will have approximately about 187 students who qualify for extended school year. And so that would average out to about 14 teachers across preschool through our transition to adult living. So those are our students who are in the range of 18 to 21-year-olds. And then we'll have 4 to 6 paraeducators, our speech therapist, and all other DIS providers. So example for those would be our OT, PT, vision, whatever the IEP requires for our 187 students. Next slide, please. So like Stacy just did beautifully in sharing what our program will look like, we will continue to partner with the EL Summer Institute like we've have had done in the last 2 or 3 years. We won't be able to implement that co-teaching that we love to do, but we are going to be able to support our teachers and our students by being able to participate in the PD, use those just high-level strategies of instruction, and continue, of course, with the distance learning. We have hired all of our 14 staff members, and they're all just excited and excited to continue the distance learning. They've seen some good growth in some of their students and trying to support them. And so we will also continue with district issued Chromebooks for our students who need it. And then as well as for those who can't, just due to their ability level or attention level, whatever the case may be, we will also have that opportunity for take-home materials if that's just something that they, how they learn better. And then our teachers will be able to provide, like Ms. Tran had shared, self-recording lessons or pre-recorded lessons, self-paced instruction, and then with that para support that we will have, the paras will also be able to do breakout sessions with the students who need the additional support, and they will also have office hours with their case manager or that special ed teacher to support more than maybe like 2 or 3 students at a time, so trying to keep the numbers small. So that's what we have planned for this summer. Thank you.
Christine, Ms. Mayberry, are you ready?
I am, yes. Hi, good evening, President Jackson, board members, and Superintendent Luna. Credit recovery at the high school actually is not really River City's program. It is Washington Unified School District's program. It's just as kind of River City serves as its home base. So we do offer to all high school students, Washington Middle, YOLO, River City, and as well as Cesar Chavez. Students just gives them an opportunity to put back on track. So they're okay, but they can just kind of take a class here and there. Students can earn up to 5 credits in the course of the summer session. If they do need to earn more than 5, they certainly can still do that. They would just continue on with that course and they can finish that at their own pace. We really enjoy it a lot because the teaching staff is going to work this year with about a caseload of between 30 to 40 students based on enrollment. Teachers are expected to touch base with those families and students 2 times a week to check progress, monitor progress. We think it's just a really good way to kind of build that connection after this distance learning, to give them some more personal time with our staff. Next slide, please. So the logistics is we will have about 6 to 8 teachers. We have close to a little over 200 students enrolled right now. Registration deadline ends tomorrow night at 11:59. We have 1 special ed teacher we will hire 1 special ed teacher to monitor students with IEPs and to help in that area. But virtual instruction, it is district Chromebooks, but it will no longer be just Google Classroom access. It is our Edgenuity software platform that we use for our online courses based out of our independent study program. We are in class technically 9 to 1. Those are work hours of our teachers where they are actively working, available, calling students, checking on progress, taking care of all the maintenance and all of the paperwork and things that goes with tracking student data. Next slide, please. And I think that should be it. Yeah, that's what I thought. We are really excited about it. We just did a quick push with an announcement to registration, and we got about additional 50 students in the past day or so. So we're excited. It has grown a lot over this from last year, and we have staff to handle all that. So we're excited.
Thank you. No, I know we have the 1 public comment. Dr. Early West.
Thank you, President Jackson. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you just fine.
Perfect. Okay, so I really appreciate you allowing me time to speak with you today on this issue. What I just heard was amazing. I think we are really fortunate to be able to offer these resources to our students. What I wanted to highlight is a segment of students that I feel is missing in our summer school program, and this is the English-only households in the dual immersion program at Elkhorn. As many of you know, since March 16th, many of the children from English-only homes have missed exposure and interaction with their teacher and classmates in the primary language of instruction in their classroom, which, again, in this case is Spanish. I want to remind the board that 90% of instruction is in Spanish in our dual immersion program for the younger kids. And so children went from hearing, speaking, and interacting in Spanish for roughly 5 to 7 hours a day, 5 days a week, depending on your grade level, to getting YouTube videos and pre-recorded clips, roughly like 5 to 10 minutes pre-recorded clips from their teacher in Spanish. In my case, my daughter has had no interaction with her kinder teacher after March 13th. No phone calls, no Zoom, just pre-recorded videos. So for English-only students in our DI program here in Washington Unified School District, these students have not only missed 10 weeks of immersed instruction in Spanish, but without a summer program, these students will miss an additional 11 weeks of exposure and teaching in the primary language used in their classroom, again, which is Spanish. That is 21 weeks or 5.5 months, give or take, of missing talking and interacting in Spanish. These students will be expected to start the year in the next grade level up, having been put at a deficit to their peers who are coming from homes where the primary language matches what is being used in their classroom. I would strongly encourage the board to advocate for a summer program for the English-only students in the DI program as well. In order for our dual immersion program to be successful, we have to continue to invest in it and that starts by investing in these students. I really appreciate your time, and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Early West. President Jackson lost audio. He's going to try to get back on. Is there any other public comments on this item? Okay, then.
Sorry, Kobe, this is Martha Hanson. I have public comment just real quick. So my kind of another ask is, I've throughout the years of being with the district, I've asked it quite a few times. I've been afraid that my children were struggling, as they are and as they have been. And I have asked repeatedly if there's any form of extended school year, summer school, anything that I could get my two general education students in. They're in gen ed, you know, first and second grade. And I'd repeatedly been told, you know, there's nothing of that sort that's offered. Well, my ask is that we start opening our eyes and realizing that this is very needed, especially for maybe K through second grade, where they start, the teachers and parents both start seeing the difficulties our students are having in reading, you know, math, things like that, and use the summertime for first and second grade to brush up on the skills that are needed so they're better prepared for the third grade on up, so that once they do hit third, you know, through fifth grade, they're not falling farther and farther behind. And programs like reading intervention that we just, you know, almost eliminated, etc., wouldn't be as needed, which of course are more costly programs, as opposed to just adding in some of our gen ed kids as an option when they're in first and second grade. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, any other public comments? Okay, we have an echo. Okay, with that, we'll move on to L3.
Can I make a comment?
On this, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Sarah.
That's okay.
Sorry. Now I lost audio again. Dang it.
Oh, okay. So I just wanted to say, if you're still there, to Stacy, Carla, and Christine, thank you so much. I have been going to the summer school for our kids for years, and sitting in on the professional development teachers are getting and seeing what a fabulous program that you put together and how it's evolved over the years. And it's really a place to take away some of the best things happening and use them during the school year. And so the co-teaching model I'm thinking of in the past, that then we looked at how can we use that now more during the school year and make sure that we're doing lots of co-teaching. And so I just want to give you a big thank you for kind of changing, as we all have, on a dime, and really making this as meaningful as possible in a virtual format. And I hope that we can, as a district, use, as we have in the past, all of these takeaways that can go into lessons learned, go into our year in August when we're all together. I also thought, while this is not the presentation that was put together for it, but it did bring up an interesting discussion in terms of our dual immersion program. And I don't know, it would be an interesting update maybe for later too with us in conversation to have what typically happens in the summer with our students in terms of are there resources that are given that might help them. And the other piece I was wondering about was Chromebooks for other children too. If there are ways that we can expand some of our access to ensure that our students are getting their needs over the summer. Okay, but thank you so much. And I don't know if we have President Jackson here anymore. Okay, all right.
I'm back, thank you. Okay. And without an echo. How about that? Okay, any additional comments on L2? Go ahead,
yeah.
Vice President Posada.
Yeah, it's more of a question, because I think Dr. Early West brought up a great point. And it was something that since we went out of, in-person classrooms, learning and education, I really worried about the dual immersion program being left behind, and how this would impact the kids in that setting. So I guess the question that I have is more for the administration. Are there parameters that prohibit us, like ed code and so forth, from including, the dual immersion kids that have been cut off? And I imagine that it's also a financial issue as well, but could somebody please answer that?
Yes, Vice President Pizzotti, this is Superintendent Luna. In regards to summer programs, it is solely about funding. When COVID-19 started and emergency closures happened, the state did mention possible one-time monies towards a more comprehensive summer program or extending a year, making up time. We have yet to see a cent, and they no longer speak about that, as you know, with the current economy and how devastated the state's budget has become. We are required to provide an extended summer year program, extended school year program for students that is identified on their services on the IEPs. We aren't required to provide an English Learner Institute. However, our district in Washington Unified has made a deep commitment to ensuring the academic success of our English learners through the special dollars received for English learner services. There are no allocations to general ed summer programs, and so that is why we annually provide extended summer school year and our English learner program. Sorry, Vice President Pizzotti, I think you asked also about maybe some restrictions in regards to the video conferencing and Zoom. There are restrictions based on education code as of right now. In regards to teachers, are not mandated or required to engage in any kind of videoing of their instruction. And so we have been working with our WSTA to come to a balance of that. Again, we're going to be hearing a little bit more about what we would be returning to in next school year. And I think more would be revealed on that.
Great. Trustee Wong.
Thank you, President Jackson. Just for my own edification and the boards, would love for you all to send over the education code specifically around the restrictions, just so that we have a full understanding of what that might be. And I think that I was going to bring this up later, but consistency in practice, whether that be the DI program or elsewhere. I know that Vice President Pizzotti and others have kind of raised the inconsistency across campuses about how our students are being educated, whether that be English language learners, DI programs, special needs students, etc. There are campuses where, for, as far as I know, almost all the teachers are doing Zoom or Google Hangouts, and there are others who you've heard today are doing videos, and some not at all. So I think that, and when we think about opening up in August, that we lead and have a conversation with our teachers about consistent practice in terms of quality of education across the board. So.
Thank you, Trustee Wong.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Trustee Wong.
Okay. Any additional comments on L2? Okay.
I'm sorry. Also, just to say, no, that's okay. That's okay. That was me. I just wanted to thank you. Summer program is always just a really great update, especially for ELL. I know it's going to be different this year, and always good to know that there are more teachers who want to teach in the program than there are enough spots. So really just want to acknowledge the dedication of our teachers and those who actually put the program together. And so it'll be a challenge this year, but really grateful for your service this summer.
Yeah, likewise too, because I mean, especially everything considered, all things considered, for so many of our teachers to be willing to give up their time and their summers to help, you know, our kids that need the help the most, it's impressive, and I think it says a lot about the type of teachers that we have here in Washington Unified. Okay, moving on. We'll move to L3, update on Distance Learning Task Force. Mr. Moisich.
Thanks again, President Jackson. So we have a couple things going on here. We will be talking about the results of our survey that we did with parents and teachers, our initial survey. But we're also going to talk a little bit about our task force. Per our MOU, WSD and WSTA did form a joint task force that is working on many of the issues that we're facing with distance learning. And so if we can go to the next slide, I can talk to you a little bit more about some of the things that we've been talking about in our meetings. These are primarily the things that we've been focused on. Just to let you know, the Joint Emergency Task Force has participation representation across district grade levels. We do put out joint messages weekly between WSD and WSTA regarding different technology updates that are occurring, the closing of school procedures, and just trying to look ahead on some of the issues that face us on a day-to-day basis. A large part of our discussion over this time was focused on the grading input regarding credit and no credit and the criteria associated with that. A lot of discussion at our task force meetings was given toward that subject. Most recently, we worked together to form two different surveys, one for our teachers and one for our parents. So at the last point that I looked at as I was completing some of this information for these slides, we had 310 teacher responses. When I did this slide on May 24th, there were actually 2,363 parent responses, 2,363. However, that is now at 2,600. I just couldn't include all those responses. However, I do not believe those have changed any of the trends that I'm going to share with you tonight. So as we talk about the task force, I am a co-facilitator from the WSD end. However, we do this jointly, and my joint co-facilitator is Mr. Doug Knepp, who teaches at Bridgeway Island. And I hope he's on line with us tonight so he can talk and give you some of his insights.
Yeah, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you, Stan. Do you want me to give insights as we go? Do you want me to make a statement at the beginning or a statement at the end?
Just go with it. Yeah, we'll stay right there, Ruth.
Okay. I'll go ahead and talk about on the association side of the task force, how it's been going. First of all, I wanted to put out there, because I think this is a special thing, and I think we need to acknowledge it, that our task force has been working together with mutual respect and acknowledgement of positive intent, which is, it's really great to see, and especially given the times, it's good to know. I'm just going to assert my own opinion here and say that it's a model of how an association, group of association bargaining members and leaders and district leaders can effectively and productively work together. There's been little disagreements here or there, but we have been able to move forward pretty well. Our task force was born out of the mutually agreed upon MOU that Stan referred to. And it's been designed to seek out input from all stakeholders within Washington Unified. And that would be, we have departments, TK through 2, 3rd through 5th grade, 6th through 8th grade, 9th through 12th grade, special services department. And actually, after some comments tonight, I think we need to eagerly consider adding a parental group to that can participate. We could talk about that in a little bit. Each grade level or department group collects information from their specific community within the district, and that includes district administration.
They consolidate, organize, and prioritize the feedback that they've received. And then all the departments and grade levels meet in a general meeting. This occurs on Monday to discuss, share, and analyze and represent issues that they've collected from the educators at our school. Then at that point, all of the facilitators of each group meet with Stan and the rest of the WUSD side and district management to share, analyze the data collected and to design recommendations for you, the board, for you, Superintendent Luna, moving forward based on the information we're hearing on the ground. So between them and the surveys and some other things that are going on, we're able to kind of collect some really good, very, very clear data and also some anecdotal data from teachers. And the surveys have allowed us to collect it through parents as well, and hopefully soon through students. So I wanted to give some idea of what our work is based on, and it was based on an original idea that we needed to consider 4 main factors for all stakeholders, and those stakeholders being students and families, teachers, and administrators, and that effective distance learning could not occur unless all 4 of these factors were addressed. And of course, the number 1 factor is safety. And on WUSTA side, and I assume on WUSD side, safety is the number 1 priority. And we acknowledge that distance learning must be designed in strict adherence to county, state, and CDC guidelines. That's kind of the bind that we're in right now because those are changing all the time. So, and as you all know, that is making planning a little difficult, but that is number 1. Number 2, equity. Distance learning plans must consider diverse and unique needs of all students with all needs. Number 3, flexibility. Distance learning plans must take into account difficult issues regarding schedules, childcare, and technical issues that are shared by all stakeholders, parents, teachers who are trying to teach and raise their kids in home at the same time, and administration who is in meetings with us at their own home with their dogs barking and so on and so forth. Sorry, excuse me. The last category is accessibility. Every effort must be made to ensure that learning is accessible to all members of our community. Our at-risk population must be able to access the same education as our privileged population. So for distance learning to move forward effectively, those 4 tenets have to be the priority, and that's what the foundation of our work is based on. I have some next steps moving forward, but I would prefer to save those for after Stan's presentation as far as kind of planning. And I'm hoping that we'll have some time where the board can ask some questions. But Stan, go ahead.
Thank you, Doug. Okay, we'll go to the next slide. Okay, so just to kind of go before we start talking about all the survey, you know, there's some things that we are trying to work on with our surveys. We will be offering a survey 2.0 because surveys give you some great information, but they also make you ask a lot of questions. And so as we've gone through this, you know, it also spurned some different questions that now we're having to really get into and take a deeper dive into. So just to kind of let you know, there are a lot of people on staff and within our community that are still feeling or having a difficult time about maybe coming physically back into the classroom. So 56% of our teachers, if the guidelines permitted, would be somewhat comfortable coming back into the classroom. And about 63% of our parents felt the same way. However, that even though that may be a majority, that still leaves a pretty good chunk of people that are still very concerned about coming back into a physical space on our schools. Let's go to the next slide, please. Now, I want to be very careful about this question because, whoops, we went too far. One back, please. Okay, thank you. So very careful about this question. This is it was meant for only the people who may have answered that they were not comfortable above on the first question. However, there are people who answered both questions, so it's a little bit, we'll have to do a better job on this question. But just to let you know, many of the people who responded that they would not feel safe coming physically on campus did indicate they would prefer a distance learning type of environment. Or I'd rather say, rather than saying distance learning, maybe a virtual environment would be a better word for it as we prepare to come back in August. And it was the same thing with parents. So there is a large number of people in our community who would prefer that than, let's say, an all clear sign and then just being able to come back on campus. So this is even after an all clear sign is given. There are people that would be hesitant initially.
Hey, Stan.
Thank you.
Yes. I got a quick question. So of the parents' responses, it said 63% would feel comfortable coming back, somewhat comfortable. That leaves 37% would feel not comfortable. But then it says 58% of that 37% would prefer distance learning. That makes zero sense, because your options are either to be back or to be doing distance learning, correct?
So yeah, let me explain that. That's what I was trying to explain. I'm sorry I didn't do a good job of explaining it. But this question is not meant for that first question you looked at was everybody who answered. This question is meant for just the people who answered differently above, that they weren't comfortable. So that's why that percentage is skewed.
Okay. It's like, that's very odd.
But yeah, and I think the main thing that we can take from this, though, is not the percentage, but the fact that there are a lot of people in our community that are still worried about coming back to a physical space and are still thinking that if they would rather be in a distance learning environment. I think that's the key point there. But thank you for pointing that out. I did know that slide was going to cause trouble.
Well, yeah, it should be 100% of 37% should.
Yeah, it's because we have two different numbers of people in that slide. That's why. Okay.
So Stan, I'll address that a little bit too. So yes, I guess the point here is that there's 42% who don't want to feel comfortable coming back to school, but don't want to do distance learning. As someone who loves statistics, I see that as an opportunity for a follow-up survey to find out what they think another option might be, and maybe that can inform us a little bit moving forward.
Right.
And that is the plan. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we can go to the next one now. Thank you, Ruth. You're doing a great job. Okay, and this question I also want to, we'll have to talk about a little bit, but we asked our teachers if they had to come back, would childcare be a concern? Most of our teachers, 75%, did not think childcare would be a concern. However, with parents, it's split about 50-50 almost. So if we don't come back full time, about 50% of our parents have some serious concerns about childcare. I also want to point out that this question, when we did it on the teacher survey, teachers could only answer one way, but there were teachers who anecdotally commented to us that if it really depends on their situation. So that in terms of a regular type of thing where everybody's back to normal, they wouldn't need childcare. However, in some sort of hybrid situation, if that's what they were faced with, then that they may have to change their answer. So I wanted to give you that grain of salt as we go forward. Thank you. We can go to the next slide. So off of the teacher's side of the survey, 92% of the teachers believe they collaborated well or somewhat well with colleagues during distance learning. Sometimes there are silver linings, even in bad situations. And I would say one of the silver linings in our current situations is that we are getting an all-time level of collaboration by grade level, by teacher. I think even between admin and teachers, I think we are really at an all-time high with collaboration. And I think that is going to be a good springboard for us as we move forward in our professional learning community. So that's a silver lining, I think, in part of this process that we don't always get to talk about. But I'm hearing it more and more from teachers that they are feeling the collaboration is very strong. Now, with the next bullet, I do have to kind of add a caveat there when it comes to communication. I think the 62% of the teachers kind of believe that they're doing their best to communicate. But I think if you would ask all of them, most of them would tell you that they probably communicated better with their students during our previous time before the school closure. So we have to kind of put a little bit of an asterisk by that's communicated well. They're trying their best and they're putting things out there, but they do realize there are limitations. And so that communication is a tough question because it's so subjective right now in this period. So I just want to put that caveat to you. That we're still going to need to improve in that area, and we realize it, even though most of our teachers believe they communicated well. 72% of our teachers believe they had the access to the technology they needed. 84% believe they communicated well with site admin. As I pointed out earlier, they believe that part had gone really well. I guarantee you this number has gone up quite a bit from before school closure, but our teachers are becoming quite the experts at Google Classroom. And so 90% of them feel really strong about how they've been using Google Classroom. And of course, that we've grown in Zoom as well, because those have been the two main platforms that we've been working with. And so the majority of our teachers feel confident in their use of Zoom, but that's also an area where we know a lot of teachers want to work on too. And we can go to the next slide. So let me explain that first bullet. About 2/3 of our teachers rated the participation of their students as average, meaning they're not turning in a high level of work. They're not necessarily turning in a low level of work. They're kind of in between. So most of our teachers feel the work has been at a medium or average level at this point. So that definitely is a big concern. Almost close to half of our teachers believed it was very difficult to support students' needs. And again, I think that's one of those questions that is very subjective, and I think we probably need to ask it a different way to get better information.
I would agree with that one. On 41% seems awfully low. It seems like it's almost impossible to support your students' needs without being able to see them and talk to them in person, find out what's going on, see what kind of work they're actually doing, and what kind of environment they're doing it in, right? That's really important.
Yeah. And I think I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Sometimes on video, it's hard to know when someone stops or not. So one of the things that I think this goes along the same question of communication that we talked about earlier. I think people are doing, when they answer this question, is that there's that part where they're asking themselves, am I doing my best? But is the support what it needs to be? And I think that's still something people are finding out a lot about, just like in communication.
Right. And I would say, I could easily see the participation of the students being average, but it could be on a curve. Average for this time or average compared to when they were actually in classroom. Like, I know, I can only speak from personal experience. I know my child has regressed by not being in the classroom and cannot work without somebody sitting right beside her all the time. So what we've been turning in is just get it done type work. And that, that breaks my heart as a parent. And I think our students deserve better. And I know there's many parents out there that feel the same way. So yeah, I can see that as being very subjective, but it's got to be, compared to what? Is that common?
Yeah, can I jump in from the association side there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I heard a really good term today, and I've heard it for the last year. I think we need to repeat it. What we've done so far, although we've been trying to call it distance learning, has been crisis learning.
Completely agree.
We're developing distance learning, and we're working on making something that can be effective as possible given the current circumstances, so that if we turn to distance learning, that's really as good as we can for our students. But I think reflecting on what went well and what did not go well during this time is definitely what we need to do to plan going forward. But I think we need to also recognize that going forward, it's not going to look the same as it did this year. We were mitigating in real time.
No, and I agree, Doug. I feel like we were triaging a situation that was just, tough to begin with. But I agree with the public comment by Colin Malik that this was crisis learning, and that's the best we could call it. But I do appreciate this survey and the feedback that we're getting to let us know what is working well in the teacher's eyes as well as the parents' eyes.
And I think one thing that we have to identify as being a very big concern as we make plans going forward is our teachers believe self-motivation was very poor for our students during this time. And we're gonna hear the same thing, and in a moment you'll see the same thing from the parent point of view as well. I think we can go to the next slide. Thank you. So here's something that parents talked about with their students in terms of how they felt they were doing with the amount of work they were asked to do. So there were some folks that were just totally overwhelmed. Then you had some people that were slightly overwhelmed, but they were pretty much able to get things done. 40% were very comfortable. And then you get down to about 12% that had a lot of time to spare, and 7% that were completely underwhelmed and bored. You mentioned a little earlier to Vice President Pizzotti, having to compare something to something. I oftentimes wonder, what if I would have asked this question last year at the end of the year, what kind of percentages I would have got on a similar question with distance learning. So those are the types of things that I'm kind of asking myself with these percentages. I think we can go to the next slide.
I think you're right on that. And when it came to the overwhelmed question, because I remember taking the survey about that, and I remember a Facebook post from a friend of mine who made the comment, today was a good day. There was almost no tears. And that's kind of the way I feel like every single day. It's because the parents aren't teachers, and we don't know how to communicate in the same language that teachers do to get the best out of our kids. There's no training for us. And I think that was part of the situation with the crisis that we've kind of been in. And I think that's why some of the numbers are what they are with the overwhelmed. I think it could be lower, because I don't think any of the work was that terrible, wasn't that great. It just seemed like I'm not capable of being, Sarah or Preston. I'm not a teacher. I can't do that. And, it's not a quality that I have by any stretch. And a lot of parents don't.
So if we look at some of the things that parents we had pretty solid majorities on these things. 84% of parents believe their students actively participated. I think that might be substituted as 84% believe their kids were doing the best they can with the work they had. So actively participation, very subjective during this process. 69% of parents thought they had adequate access to technology. We're going to have to delve a little further into that question, because that's such a critical component of any virtual aspect. So that's definitely one that we're going to have a pretty strong follow-up in our survey 2.0, which is being constructed. But here's some good news. 86% of parents believe that the school communicated well with them. I think that's a high number. And 76% believe that their teachers communicated well with them. So the majority of people feel like the communication went well between their school or teacher. We do know that we can improve in this area as well. Parents thought their kids were completing their assignments on time. I think a lot of that goes back to the first question. I think that's very similar. The last bullet there, I think, is very important. It says 94% of our parents are likely to return to Washington Unified next year. Again, this is not, I'm not sure what this would be like if we asked this question every year. I'm not sure that we do. 94% is high. However, I don't think anybody in our district is willing to concede one student going somewhere else. So even 6% is not acceptable to us, and we're going to be working on that and definitely delving farther to make sure we do the best for our community. We can go to the next slide. Thank you. This was very interesting information. 87% of our parents want to hear at least once a week from their school. There are a lot of people who wanted to hear more than that, but for at least once a week, 87% want to hear from their school. Talking about an earlier point, 56% of our parents believe that self-motivation of students was poor during this process. And that's a high number, very high number. 41% believe independent learning for their students during distant learning went poorly. Again, it's a pretty high number. And 45% believe internet connectivity has been an issue. Again, talking about technology, we want to know more about this. Is this something, we know that WAVE went out in the community at one point. So some of these issues aren't necessarily just the district issues. And so we're definitely going to have to delve deeper because this will be a key issue as we approach further possible virtual learning.
Yeah, if WAVE goes out, it's kind of like a snow day, right? You can't do anything if you're doing distance learning.
So as mentioned earlier, we do definitely have some key considerations to look at as we move forward. Health and safety is always huge for our staff and students, but also social emotional support and academic support. Our students need both of those things in whatever plans that we come up with going forward. And that's been spelled out by your community comments. And you've also heard that, I think that shows in our survey. Technology access at home, definitely something we're going to have to delve deeper in. Also, our preferred model of instruction for students, whether that be distance learning or in person, that's going to be a big issue that we're going to have to delve into further. We also heard childcare as a key critical component to what we're going to have to consider. And lastly, we want to make sure we're raising the motivation of our students and that they're engaged. It's not just about receiving material, but they've also got to be engaged in that material. So those are some of the key considerations moving forward that we took from this survey. And there will be a survey 2.0. I do need to point out that there is a need for survey 2.0, not just to delve further into these questions, but we didn't get quite the representation from some of our schools that we would have liked. We don't think that has to do with technology access alone. We just know that certain schools have different communities, and we might want to put this survey out to them from their school leaders and maybe their teachers in the classroom, and we might get even a wider response. Although we think 2,600 is a very good response as far as surveys go, we definitely want to make sure all our families at all our schools have a good ability to participate, because we need that feedback. In addition, I'm sorry about that. I want to point out that this survey was done in Spanish and in English, but we do have some folks that probably needed assistance in another language as well. So we're working on all those things to make sure we can involve the community as best as we can.
One, I have a question why President Jackson and Vice President Pizzotti are laughing.
Because of the background coming from you.
Yes, I am trying to keep somebody entertained. But the question is, I want to best understand, Mr. Moisage, is whether or not, can you disaggregate that data, or were you saying you were going to? So were parents asked what school their student attended when completing this?
So yes, we can. That's going to take a lot more of a deeper dive. So we can do that to some extent. We do feel, though, that we are going to have to put out a 2.0 version to get a better job of that.
No, a deeper dive, absolutely. But I think for now, if you could disaggregate it, and we only have a handful of schools, I would imagine you put it in an Excel sheet and sort and you go from there. So I think it'd be helpful to understand which community groups, which parents groups, and which teacher groups are actually feeling certain ways, so that we can address coming back to school equitably.
Yeah, we agree. So we're working on that. That's taking a bit of a deeper dive, but yes, we agree on that.
It's like doing a crosstabs on a poll. Yeah, it's like doing a crosstabs on a poll. You need to actually delve into which categories and subgroups of those categories are saying what, because that is important.
Yeah, and my point is that let's not wait for another survey. What you do have, provide to the board, and then still conduct your second survey for the deeper dive. And it doesn't have, you don't have to wait till the next board meeting. If you want to provide that to us in an email, I think that would be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. A little tricky, isn't it, this format tonight? So I want to thank you for the presentation. I think that there's a lot of lessons to be learned and a lot of successes and a lot of challenges. And so I really appreciated hearing that. It was interesting to go over the numbers. My question is about did you see any themes in the narrative comments? Because there were opportunities for people to give more feedback in other ways. And I was wondering if there were any common themes that came out of that.
Yeah, and there were some hundreds of those that were provided. And I think the major themes are the ones I put down at the end as far as things that people are mostly concerned with. That's pretty much the major themes that I laid out on that last slide.
Well, because I know when I personally didn't fill out the survey. My wife filled it out on our behalf of our household, so that way we didn't disrupt the data. But but in answering some of the questions, we did have some where some of the questions weren't necessarily, they were kind of open ended, whereas our response would change depending on certain circumstances. Like, for example, I think one of the questions that we had an issue with was how comfortable would you be with returning or whatever, something. I think it was one of those, and we're like, well, it kind of depends. It would kind of depend on what happens with my in my situation, in my wife's situation. Will we need childcare? We don't know, because there's so many other factors that are involved in that. But I think the more we can break down the data that we've gotten, and kind of dig down into that a little bit, the better. And I don't know if it's possible on the surveys, is that if we do have on the CERT 2.0, is if there is a question that is contingent upon just a certain, there's a way you can only move to one question after a certain response, versus that way we don't have that kind of mix up in the data. That would be extremely helpful.
That's a great suggestion, President Jackson. That's exactly why we're working on a 2.0. What this first survey has done, though, is been able to have us identify some themes that are very critical. And I think what we want to do is kind of lay out that format, kind of just like you explained.
Yeah, and I don't, not to take anything away, but I think it is, and I personally have heard from a number of people in the community, as we have tonight, about the desire, the need, and particularly the want of the parents in our community to be involved as we're in this process moving forward. Because you know what, they're the ones who are doing, helping guide us through this process right now. And I think the more input that we can get from our parents and from our families as to, hey, should we need to continue this in some way or fashion in the fall, what have you guys seen, and what are you guys doing that you found is working, or what isn't working? And so I think it's critically important that we get, as we start going through the planning process, and as we're collecting the data, to get that parental group involvement in this process, because it's hard enough. And my hat's off to the teachers in this district and every district around the country, for that matter, who have had to go to some sort of online learning during these last several weeks. I mean, because essentially, none of us knew what the heck we were doing. We're basically getting flying lessons on how to fly a plane as the plane was starting to crash. And that's really kind of the situation that we found ourselves in. And with that, I think that particularly here in this district, I think our teachers have done a very admirable job. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I mean, my wife and I have been more than pleased with the type of work and stuff like that we've gotten from our daughter's teacher. But at the same time, I know that has not been the case across the board, across grade levels. One of the things as we move through this, and I don't know if this was a question, if this is a question that can be put on the next survey, is if there's a way to disaggregate the data so we can see kind of where the responses fell in terms of people's satisfaction by school. Because I think that might be something where we may see a very large difference depending on the school. And what I would advocate for is that, in addition to getting the parental involvement, we hopefully, as we're moving forward, and again, I know we're trying to learn how to fly the plane as the plane was going down, but if we could make sure moving forward that things are consistent not only across grade level, but across schools across the district, so that it doesn't matter if my kid is at Bridgeway, if my kid's at Elkhorn, if my kid's at Riverbank, and they're in the third grade, they should all be getting the same instruction on the same material going forward. I mean, especially during this time where it would be very, very easy for that inequity gap to expand. This is one way where we can contract that, is if we make sure that, hey, you know what? Doesn't matter if your kid's in fifth grade at Bridgeway or Stonegate or Southport or Riverbank or what have you, regardless, they're getting the same material. And I think that's another way that we can help develop, making sure our programs are consistent across the board.
Absolutely.
President Jackson.
Yeah, I think President Jackson pointed to you, Vice President Pizzotti.
Okay.
But thank you for I think we're all on the same page about that, and reaffirming the comments made earlier, President Jackson.
Yeah. And to piggyback on what you said about the questions, really kind of were, well, yeah, it depends, right? The returning to school question for me was a definite, it depends, but I did say yes, because I'm going to be in a bind where I'm not going to have childcare. So I'm kind of stuck. So the question that really depends in terms of safety for me, though, was what do we have in place, or what do we do in order to ensure that every kid that's coming to school, that every staff member that's coming to work is screened? What's our plan for that? That type of things gives me more comfort in terms of, whether or not I would feel safe about coming back to school, having my kid come back to school. Are the kids going to be, have their fever taken every single day? Are the staff going to have their fever taken or temperature taken every day? Are they going to be screened, with questions? Have you had these symptoms in the last couple of days, or what? Like, it really does depend if you're asking a comfort level question. And I think that's what a lot of the families kind of feel like, without any sort of knowledge. You're asking the initial ask of, yes, here you go, here's the blanket. And now you provide more information in your next survey that says, if we produced this type of screening process, would you be more or less likely to feel comfortable sending your kid back to school? Additionally, if we did a staggered program, I would be less comfortable sending my kid back to school, because then they have to be, like one of the public comments said, you're going to take them from a classroom setting where you're going to have them in a set group of kids. Now they're going to have to go to a childcare setting where they're in a completely different cohort of kids that they're not typically surrounded with. So now they're being exposed to potentially other kids. So yeah, that would be a little bit of a concern. At some point, I'm just going to have to say yes or no to that. But if we did, Monday, Wednesday, and then Tuesday, Thursday for the other kids, I'm still going to have to find either Tuesday and Thursday for childcare, right? So any way we look at it, the distance learning in the fall, to me, is going to be a tough scenario. I know we're going to have to do something, but the fact is we need to do the most we can, I think, in giving a plan for the next survey, to have detailed information so that families can make a better statement on whether or not they would feel comfortable.
Kobe, this is Doug again. I think you're hitting the nail on the head as far as the ability of this survey to give us those answers. But I also think that we have to acknowledge that there's so many questions we can't ask until we get guidance from the state and the CDC.
Totally agree.
Because so many of these safety questions are going to be directed from those agencies. And to make a perfect point of it is your question about how do we measure temperatures coming in. I've had questions coming in from our nurses. Am I going to be getting there at 3:30 in the morning and taking temperatures and making kids come early? Those are questions we need direction from the CDC. So all we can do right now is take a starting point and start asking the questions that we can and improving the way we ask those questions.
Right. And it's not just the kids, it's staff too. You got to take the temperatures of staff. Otherwise, what good is it, right?
Well, yeah, and I think that's kind of where we're kind of still waiting for some guidance. Corbin Gonzalez.
Thank you. And the next item, also I should remind us, is opening of schools and what that looks like. And I think taking the medical advice is key over the way I feel inside of what might be good or not might not be based in any science. I might need to know, here's the medical profession. We might need to do some education with that too. But back to this piece for me is, I did think about the survey for the next one. What might be an important thing to get at for our families is we've had a lot of technology. It's been very heavy technology based. And I noticed that the summer school update showed that there would also be a toolkit going home too, right? Like papers or whatnot. And all kids are different, but one of my children did really good with that pencil to paper. I liked it more. I could see it right away. I could see what she was doing versus, the 45 minutes to drag things a certain way on a computer. And so I think a question too for our families might be that. Of course, we're hoping that we're in classrooms and working with kids there. But if things need to be done at home, how might that look? Does it have to be based on a computer? Because we have a lot of technology issues, or can it be some more pencil to paper, which I know I have a lot of privilege in my home. I know I'm an educator and that really helps give us a one up, but we've been in crisis mode at my house, and having that paper is so helpful. And I can imagine a lot of families might feel that way too. So something to think about as we continue to move forward. And I also want to give a shout out to this task force, because I looked over the teachers, there's rock star folks working really hard on top of teaching and all the other things that you're all doing. So thank you for that. And I really appreciated you hearing, really working to get that parent voice and what they need, because our kids all day on a computer at home is hard.
Yeah.
President Jackson, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to know, how many hotspots do we have, and are all our students getting the internet that they should be getting in order to do their lesson plans?
So normally there are, board member, I'll call it, there are 100 hotspots that were purchased. In terms of the second part of your question, is everyone getting the internet they needed? I think there are still issues with that for various reasons. But I think our principals have a good idea by name of who those people are. And so at this point, we've got the list down to a much lower level, and that's something that is going to be worked on as we move forward.
So how many would you say are on those lists?
I would not feel comfortable giving you an answer, but because I don't know the exact number yet, so it's hard for me to estimate. I know it's gone down considerably, but I can get that information for you.
Thank you. And I'm also curious if the majority of those students are like in the north or in the south areas, if there's a problem with the internet.
There are across the district. The issues are actually across the district. So every one of our sites has students who have some connectivity issues. So it's not located just at one area. However, there are a couple schools that I believe the problem is far more pronounced.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and as long as we only have 2 internet service providers, and one is crappy and one is crappier, that's not going to change it too much. So there's not much we can do about that.
Yeah, that's spot on.
This is Doug again. I'd also like to add to that answer from Stan about the hotspots. A task force is doing forums at every site so far. We've done Bridgeway, River City, Yolo, Bright, and today we did Riverbank. Some anecdotal information that's coming back in is that we seem to be short on hotspots, and actually that the hotspots are almost ineffective in the homes, unfortunately, that they're not working very well. So I don't know if we can talk to our provider about that, but I just wanted to put that in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for that. Yeah, and I can attest that with Trustee Kirby Gonzalez, I'm very familiar with that homework assignment of which you speak, because that caused quite a bit of anxiety in my house when the kids had to do that. And but so we definitely can take some solace in that. So all right, any other comments or questions for L3?
I just wanted to thank the task force, Doug and Stan, for your hard work on this and putting this together. And I look forward to seeing the second survey and the crosstabs like Trustee Wong had asked for.
Likewise, I appreciate that too, because and I think the thing that would really help guide the distance learning task force moving forward is if we can really get that parental involvement piece in place with that. Because I mean, if there's ever a time where parents, administrators, teachers, district need to come together and work together, it is now. Because essentially what we're doing is we're pushing the responsibility of people who have gone through training and have been doing this for years on the parents who knows what the last time was they looked at a math book, or and then trying to teach kids math in a completely different way than any of us learned it. So so I think it would be very, very important for us. I mean, honestly, I think it's vital that we get that parental involvement to help plan and direct what distance learning, if we're gonna call it distance learning, to make sure that we have that parental piece in this next component moving forward as we go through the planning process. Because we can't, let's face it, we can't do this by ourselves, because we're not trying to do this work by ourselves. So we're not going to be the ones doing the work. We're going to be essentially be the ones supporting the work of our parents. The parents have got to have a voice in this.
100%.
Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and if there's nothing else, we'll go ahead and go down to L4. Draft WUSD opening of school, August 2020. Superintendent Luna.
Thank you, President Jackson, Board of Trustees, and all who are connected to our meeting. So this evening, we would like to share some thoughts about the return to school. And so in our presentation that Ruth is pulling up right now, I'm very intentional to start with context. And part of the reason for starting with context is because we can never forget how we got here and that nobody has all the answers. So, you know, there's a lot to be said about the fact that nobody was ready for this either, not even area schools that were one-to-one already in initiative. Nobody was ready. But I will say this, that we've learned a lot of lessons, a lot of good has come out, and our teachers have done some really pretty incredible work, and so have our parents. It just happened overnight. So in setting the context, since March 13th through June 3rd, we have been in unprecedented times. I've had a lot of mentors reach out to me to say, I don't even know what to say or to help. Because not one superintendent has ever been through this. Not one teacher has ever had to overnight change everything that they have known in all their training. The second thing is that the impact to our life as we knew it has been extraordinary. Now the shelter in place order, it's the first time I've ever lived a shelter in place in which, you know, we really had to stay home. But more importantly, in our own community, there's a deep increase of unemployment. Our families have lost their jobs. Now, we hope that all of that, of course, comes back, but there are some caveats in order for people to go back to work. The other thing is a change in work schedules where, of course, our families, we've heard it over and over again tonight, where being home was not just about being home, it was about wearing multiple hats. And of course, we have experienced illnesses. Many, it has been very personal where people have lost loved ones. So the health crisis and the global pandemic is very real and very personal to many people. We're in an economic downturn. If we can go back, thank you. Right now, the California budget is in crisis, and that is an understatement. It's an understatement. And lastly, what we hear from responses are anxiety and fear, of which has not been helped through social media, through questions of inaccurate information, information being posted that is not accurate, and more importantly, the time of uncertainty, as nobody has any concrete answers. Next slide. What we want to talk about are specifically the impacts to education. And the number one pattern, I think it was Trustee Kirby Gonzalez that asked, you know, is there a pattern that we're hearing? There are many patterns that we're hearing, but one important pattern that is that needs to be acknowledged is the loss of human connection, of which school is about. The daily interaction of students and our teachers and staff to peers, and all of a sudden we're isolated at home. The impact of no more traditional school, and we've heard the concerns about how hard it's been at home for families with young children and while they're working. The impact to education of anxiety, you hear the safety concern as the number one pattern. We though have deep concerns about the anxiety level of our students who have not yet been able to safely share their anxiety because their teacher's not there, their social worker is not there. And we also know many of our families, by the consistent thousands of numbers of meals that are served every week, we know that the basic needs of food and shelter and safety are very real. Another impact to education, we hear about the reflections and the priorities have changed, and now they're going to change while we try to return to school. And lastly, we would be remiss if we did not mention that the budget concerns to education coming back, the complexity of coming back and safety and the facilities and the academic program. On top of it, a 10% reduction to every school district's budget in California. So enough of the dismal news. Now let's talk about progress. How are we going to do this? Because we're going to do this and we're going to be okay. Number one, if you have not already heard, Yolo County has put in a new health order as of today. The interesting thing is that while Yolo County has put in a new health order, we still are living under a state health order that is a little bit more stringent in terms of shelter in place. However, we are on the right track based on what Yolo County has put out today. Number two, the safety and health precautions we have predicted correctly. There are still no large mass gatherings. There will still be required to have different levels of sanitation and disinfection, which I believe is part of the safety concern of, are we safe to come back with the virus and the concerns of the facilities. And thirdly, we are still required to wear masks or face coverings, even with a revision to the health order. Thirdly, in the implementation of our social distancing practices, they will continue. We will assume that they will continue moving forward into next school year. And number four, we have to now provide different instructional settings and programs. We know that we will have smaller class sizes. In no manner has the state or the public health department has ever mentioned that school will return to normal, where all students will be able to come back at the same time. They have made that very clear to us. Next slide. So as we think about going back to school, let's talk about the elephant in the room. And the elephant is this. In order for parents to go back to work, which then will reboot the economy for people to go back to work, the elephant in the room that the state has not addressed is that parents need to go back to work. However, school and childcare are not in place as they used to be for parents to be able to go back to work full time. So as a school district, we bear all of those burdens, and that's what we're going to be putting plans in place for. There are a lot of different components that go into creating a plan for returning to school. So if we stay at the higher level order of how are we going to make our decisions, our number one decision and the foundation is for health and wellness, which is what safety falls under. The health and wellness of our students, of our staff, of the families of our students as they go back home, and our staff, and also our public. The second is the academic relevance and rigor. And we've heard lots of different comments in regards to a pattern of we need consistency and standardization. And yes, we do. And number three, the equity and the access. Because if anything COVID-19 has done, it has spotlighted even more the disparity of the gaps of not just the basic needs, but also the academic and resources that are needed for instruction and for learning. So in our next few slides coming forward, what we're going to look at under these three priorities are initial goals that we have heard consistently since March 13th. We are not bringing the strategic actions yet because we want the task force to weigh in. And we also, of course, we have some basic strategic actions that, of course, are non-negotiable, such as the safety and how we are going to be implementing that. But we want to make sure that we have our goals and priorities clearly outlined. So our first priority falls under health and wellness. Next slide. In our health and wellness goals, we want to create a culture of community for our students, families, and staff. And that's a very broad statement because it is going to take our parents and our staff and all of our community and different stakeholders to work together to bring us back to school. So as you can see, in terms of the health and wellness, these are the overarching goals. And you see that letter D, in terms of the operations and safety measures that are going to be needed to be very vetted out, is the majority of the planning in terms of how we can safely come back to school. Our second priority of the academic relevance and rigor. So what I would say is this: we need to remove the words distance learning from our vocabulary. Let's just remove it. And you know, at the same time, that's exactly what the entire state used. They used distance learning, and what it was learning that was away from the classroom. That's how simple that was. So on that, to say we need to turn the next chapter. We need to turn the page to create the canvas now for what it will be moving forward. So in our academic relevance and rigor, what I have heard consistently from parents who have reached out, from the parent survey, from comments at board meetings, from conversations, the parents have made it very clear, whatever level of rigor of expectations we hold for our students in Washington Unified, one, they have to be high, and two, they have to be consistent. A third grader at one school needs to have the same level of rigor, the same level of resources, and the same level of expectations as another school. And that's very important. What I think, though, is another layer that our parents are consistently saying is how that is delivered, how the expectations are being presented to the students in individual classrooms. So it's not just the what, it's also the how that also needs to be addressed in terms of consistency and high expectations. I would want to also spotlight letter E in terms of the support system that needs to be in place for our English learners and for our students on individual plans and 504s. We would be remiss to say if we did not acknowledge that we were not able to do our best in that we were thrown into a virtual setting where these kinds of services for language development, for individual learning plans, and for accommodations are very in-person driven with the human touch and the visual needed right in front of the student. So we will need to dive very deep to ensure that we are meeting the individual needs of every single IEP and 504. On the third priority, the final priority under equity and access is we are committed to removing barriers and obstacles so that high expectations, full access to resources are across the board in our district, no matter what school you go to, no matter what street you live on. The zip code and the street and the placement of location in the city should not determine how much you have a student has access to. So in letter C, I would highlight ending the digital divide in WUSD. The state is talking about it. They're not going to fix this in time for us. I have no faith in that. We're going to have to do that. Hotspots are not exactly the best answer either. Hotspots are, you have to, it's like a phone. You have to purchase a contract that goes with it. What we need to do is ensure that every single student not just has a device, but has the access to be able to use the device. And we need to be able to have our stakeholders in our city leadership, in our county leadership, to come alongside our school district to end this divide, because we know some form of virtual learning and online learning is going to continue until more is learned about COVID-19. So I know this is why we have people on our meeting tonight. We want to know, what is it going to look like? So let's take a look at what it could look like. I'm not saying that this is what it's going to look like. Here's what we know. What we know in what the state and the public health have provided for us without guidelines, we know clearly that not every single student is going to come back at the same time. So what we're preparing for are different options. And I believe that options are important for our families, because there is no one size fits all. So we heard tonight some parents say they would love to be able to have virtual learning continue. And I think that that should be an option, because I stay committed that parents may not feel comfortable bringing their students back without a vaccine. Some families are medically fragile and cannot afford to have their students go back to school yet. So we need to have many options, not just one. So let's talk a little bit, but before we go into the blended classroom model, I just want to point out, and I would encourage my colleagues, Director Moisage, if I'm not accurately describing here, please feel free to interrupt and jump in. The virtual classroom model, if we can start using that word, virtual classroom. What we know that if parents choose to not bring their students to school, but stay in Washington Unified and receive instruction, there is a virtual classroom model that we can implement. What it would look like, though, is we would need to assure that there would be structure throughout the day. There would be a set amount of lesson time with breaks in between for the students. We would also have to ensure that there would be daily virtual sessions with the teacher for instruction. And we would also need to ensure that it would be inclusive of all courses. So while people may think that maybe music should not be taught virtually, quite the contrary, it's so very possible, and our students need that. They need the balance of that kind of education. We also would hold the high expectation that traditional grading would be occurring in a virtual model, not credit, no credit. It would be traditional grading. There's been a lot of questions about independent study. We have two forms of independent study in Washington Unified. One, independent study is that every single student, kindergarten through 12th grade, upon conferencing with the administration of their school, it's possible for students to be on temporary independent study. It's not meant to be a permanent placement. There is also another form of independent study that we have at River City High School, where high school students have an independent study model as their form of instruction, and it is attendance by work completion. What we would look at is doing an extended model of independent study for grades 6 through 12, because that kind of instruction is different than kindergarten through 3rd grade. So let's take a look at what a blended classroom model could look like. So these are just thoughts. And in looking at other school districts, what are they implementing? Or maybe not even in California, but what have other states or other countries put in? When we look at blended classroom models, blended meaning there is in-person instruction at school and also virtual instruction using a technology device at home. It doesn't mean that the parent is there doing the instruction. We're going to try to move away from that, because what we are living right now is not what we will be living moving forward in a regular school schedule. So for kids in transitional kindergarten through grade 5, it could look like all morning instruction. Now, knowing that we don't have the authority to bring all students back onto campus at one time, we have to divide our kids to implement the social distancing in the confinement of how big a classroom is, using the 6 feet. And we also heard concerns that maybe 6 feet isn't enough, but we're using 6 feet right now because the public health is using that. So all this to say, this is a possibility of students being FaceTime with their teacher in the classroom through social distancing and other safety parameters of course of operations. We've heard parents very clearly, there needs to be FaceTime at home if we are going to continue virtual instruction. And we would look to see daily virtual instruction, real time with their teacher in a Zoom classroom or a Google Classroom, all kids together with their teacher. I've heard so many positive responses to teachers who are doing Zoom with a whole classroom, and how excited, not just for the students to see their teacher, but for the students to see their peers and to have the interaction of the students to students and just being together. We do need time for disinfection. We have to put that in because we cannot mix groups of students together. That's part of the safety and health plans that are currently in place in the health order. So if we take a look at what it could look like for upper grades, on the next slide, see, grades 6 through 12 don't have one teacher. They have multiple teachers. And so this kind of plan would have to look very different, because we would have to create a plan of how do we rotate teachers, how do we rotate students, to be able to have our students go through all of their courses. So that would take, this blended model of upper grades is going to take a lot more detail because our students have different schedules. Ruth, can we see the next slide? I don't have the whole presentation in front of me. Okay, so next steps. We are going to continue to receive feedback. We've heard about parent inclusion into the task force. We've heard about another survey to dive deeper. We've heard about disaggregation of more data of what we have. I think that we need to openly and transparently say that the effects to any of our changes of our work schedule have to be negotiated and agreed upon with our labor groups. So we will be in deep conversations and come to agreements on what these schedules look like, but we will have to have agreements with our employee groups. Each meeting, we will have to have this as a regular agenda item so that we provide our families and our board updates along the way and allow our parents to be a part of the board meetings to make comments and share concerns or share ideas of what they feel is going to work best. So with that, I'll stop talking and allow the board to discuss, and hopefully if there are questions, we'll be able to answer them or get you answers.
Okay. Questions? Vice President Pozzatti.
Where to begin? I think one of the things that strikes me as one of the biggest challenges is for students with 504s and IEPs, how do you provide that support? The questions and the details, like how is this going to play out? And I know you need to work that out further, but I agree with you, Superintendent Luna, when you said that for the kids with 504s and IEPs, we really did a disservice to them right now because there's this crisis and we were doing, triage and trying to provide some learning while in these, last minute type situations that nobody could have planned for. So I can speak from experience on this one that we definitely needed more support in that area. My child with a 504 definitely needed more help and was really not given anything in terms of that. So I hope we can come together with a plan that does something for those students if we continue on a virtual learning. My my other question would be about in the plan of Monday and Tuesday, one cohort of kids go into class 8 to 12. That means from 12 until probably 6, you're going to need after school care for most parents. And then for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you're going to need some kind of childcare for the majority of parents. How is that any safer than putting our kids together in one class? I mean, you're effectively putting kids that are in different classes and grades and all of that together from not their social group, not their cohort of kids that they normally are with on a regular basis. So if somebody does come down with something, it would make contact tracing a little bit more difficult. Anyway, just some questions and considerations.
Yeah, thank you for those comments, Vice President Pizzotti. So in starting with the IEPs, as the trustees know, the state provided guidelines in terms of how to address IEPs and testing, and it was not necessarily the best answer. It was the answer to address the crisis that people were in. And I do not expect that same answer of putting on hold certain testing and certain meetings, I do not forecast that to continue. So we will need to ensure that we have teams of experts working on this. We do expect, the rumor is that we will be hearing more guidelines from the state superintendent in regards to opening of school. A lot of times that does include different guidelines, of course, for different types of instruction and different requirements that are needed. So I know that there will be more to come on that, but in no manner am I guiding our staff that things will remain the same. I think we will be held accountable to the regular guidelines moving forward. In terms of the cohorts of students for care, because we saw that parents are going to need care, so will our employees. So will some of our employees. And our employees, if we're calling them back to work to be in their classrooms, we need to make our employee childcare a priority. In addition, we also need to put the priority of our families who will need care. So what I would encourage us to do is to think differently than what we have seen childcare before. In other words, does it have to be on our campus? Can it be that our city, we work together of different facilities in our cities, but that would mean other layers of operations in terms of how do we transport our kids there? But those are going to have to be decisions that our parents are individually going to have to make in terms of the level of need and the level of risk that our parents are going to have to determine based on what their situation is. But no doubt childcare is part of the plan here. We just don't know what it's going to look like yet, especially in our current facilities.
Right, and if you're taking them off of campus to some other place, again, you're mixing them with a much larger group, other than what they're normally used to being with.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct.
And so that sounds even more dicey than putting them on our campus with at least, kids that go to one school primarily.
Yeah, so keep in mind that even when we look at a blended model where half the students come on a few days of the week and the other half comes to school on the other days of the week, every classroom is still being used because the teacher is still teaching in the classroom with the other half of their students. So to add childcare onto our campuses 4 days where the students are not in school with their teacher, we don't have the facilities for that. We barely have classrooms available during the day when everybody is on campus. But with the social distancing guidelines, we have less kids, but we're still using the same amount of facilities.
Okay, then you say Monday and Tuesday, one set of kids go to school, and then they're off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday doing distance learning. Well, if they're in childcare from 8 to 6, how do you expect them to get any sort of education done?
Well, every student will have a device, and I think the first priority for us, well, if I may say, our first priority is the instructional program of in school during the day. The childcare needs will have to be addressed, but there is absolutely no facility available for us to hold full-time childcare at the same time that school is occurring. There is absolutely not one campus that can hold that, not even using River City High School, because again, every teacher will have their group of students in their own classroom. So in terms of childcare, it's going to take more than us to determine how to come up with an answer. Our expertise is going to be in the instructional program, in the operations and safety of the return to school, and addressing the educational equity needs of our students.
Right, but that was my point. That was my point, though. The educational needs aren't going to be met. That was my. I don't. Childcare be damned if you're not sending them to school. The distance learning portion of it is not good to begin with, or the virtual learning portion of it is not good to begin with, because it's not the same as having a teacher face to face. That I think that was my point of it.
Yeah.
So we're doing a disservice to our kids in any way that we do this, where they're not having face to face, and we've already lost, right? We've already lost from March until June 3rd, right?
Correct.
So we're already behind, and what we're being asked to do is to kind of triage again going forward into the next school year.
Mm-hmm.
So something that is slightly less bad than what we had this time. Because, and I'm not trying to say that our teachers are doing a bad job. They're doing a great job, a commendable job with what they had to deal with. but we're putting them behind the 8 ball if we're expecting our kids to learn and have the best possible opportunity to learn virtually. I mean, and I guess that's maybe my problem with the whole guidelines thing and the way this is being structured, or I'll shut up for now.
And also, I have to say this, that I hope our public understands that this is every school district in California and probably our nation. So I want to make sure that our entire public understands that it's not Washington Unified, that we are not
I agree.
service to our children in Washington Unified, but it is across our nation that we're required to do that. So.
And I agree with that. I certainly agree with that. That's not my point. My point was everybody's in the same boat.
Well, here, but let's keep this in mind too. And Trustee Wong, I'll get to you in just a second. Is that I think what we're basing what we think things are going to look like based off of what we are currently living, and we have to trust that the work that our task force and the work that with the feedback that we're going to get and the input that we're going to get from our parents, that what we will be moving into will be dramatically different than what we are currently living. And I know it's hard to separate the two, that say, hey, well, no, this is what it's like now. How is it going to be any different in the fall if we have to go back to it? It's kind of hard to separate that, right? I get that. But we've got to trust the process that, hey, as we go through this planning, that's why we need to get the parents involved and working with our teachers to find out, hey, what is it that we're doing that's working? How can we make things better for our kids? And if we get all the stakeholders into the same room and work that together, we should have a very different product than what we currently have. And I understand it's hard to visualize that, but we've got to, at this point, that's really all we have to go on, number one. And then the other thing that we have a little bit to our advantage, we can look at some of the other countries that have already gone back to school and see what are they doing and how are they implementing things, and is there things there that could work that we could bring home and incorporate into our district and into what we're trying to do for our kids. Trustee Wong.
Thank you, and thank you for this presentation. And I am under no illusion that virtual learning replaces in-classroom instruction. Vice President Pizzati, I don't think anybody is. And so just putting that out there, I don't think that's the goal. The goal is understanding that we are still in a public health crisis until somebody else tells us we're not. I've had lots of different conversations. I'm about to, begin a course with school nurses at Sac State, and this is all the entire topic. How do we actually train school nurses in this situation? I've been on the CSBA Region 6, conferences weekly about what this really looks like. Nobody has an answer. It's not just us. We had a really good presentation from an expert facilities person. And the best way forward, without them telling us this is the method, is that most school districts will have to kind of go through a layered process that was just presented to us. There's just no other way around it, a mixture of virtual learning and in-person learning. And quite frankly, be very cognizant that there are parents who want to be 100% online just because they are really concerned about the public health crisis underway. So I think that if we plan now, with our teachers, with our staff, with our facilities, with our city, with our county to figure this out, it'll be a better experience than what we experienced in March. And all these questions, Vice President Pizzati and I, when we closed schools, these were all questions we raised, right? But we didn't have that full plan then. I think we have the opportunity to actually plan that out during the summer. Again, we were all disappointed that there isn't going to be in-person instruction as it was before. And I don't think we should expect that to be true. I do echo, and I am really concerned that our special needs students, it's a lot more complicated. Our kids with physical health needs that have entitlement. And so I don't know how we'll get around that. There is a real conversation happening about PPE We just had a budget presentation. How would we even afford thermometers? How would we even afford PPE for everybody? How would we afford to do face masks for everybody? Right? Disposable. Like, where do you find that? Right? And quite frankly, you know, thermometers every single day, or buying mass amounts of like devices to scan everybody's temperature in one fell swoop. We're trying to pass a bond, right? That there are all these things. And I'm going to go back to wiser people than me who have been in school health before me. It's like, we are here to instruct. We're not the public health officers, and we are so reliant on what they're going to tell us, right? And my suspicion is that what's going to come out of CDE is going to be a variation of the CDC guidelines, which, if you saw, I'm not sure were very helpful, that say it's a local decision and we should not break any local ordinances. So it's a hard position for us to be in, because I think contact tracing, all of that, Vice President Pizzotti, is in part a public health responsibility. We have a role in it, but until we know what their plans are, it's hard to say, no, we can't do this, that, the other, because our role, our jurisdiction, to what Superintendent Luna said, is the quality of instruction provided to our students and the mental and health, well-being. But I mean, and I've had lots and lots of conversations, and that just really rung true, especially now when I'm talking to, again, people who have spent decades in school health and communicable disease and lived through SARS. So, I mean, I don't think we have an easy answer, but listening to everybody, around the world, around the nation, I can't see a path forward unless it's a layered approach that has both, the option of 100% distance learning for those parents who choose to.
Yeah, I don't, and I would kind of echo some of that too. Is that, like I said, think of it. It's like we're basically driving down the highway, and we knew what our lane looked like. We knew what was expected of us, and all of a sudden, the highway explodes. They're rebuilding the highway in front of us, but now the lanes are different. And now our lanes are getting mixed up, and that's kind of where we are. We're trying to redefine what lane are we supposed to be in, because now all of a sudden it looks like the lane that we're supposed to be driving in as educators is going to look completely different, because we're going to have lanes from people and from things that we have never done before. And that's the tricky part. Kirby Gonzalez.
Thank you. I appreciated that the beginning of this started with the anxiety and the fear that's here, the inaccurate information that's been posted in places and is worrying the public, and not Washington Unified, but just across our country. We're all feeling this, and I think this meeting tonight demonstrated some of those feelings of uneasiness too, and in some of the comments we heard earlier. One question is, I thought this presentation was really well done, and I'm hoping it can be added to our agenda. It's not there right now, as well as our other presentations this evening, so that everyone can get back and see those quickly. And I hope that as you look at this task force and all of the work that they are doing right now, that it works very closely with the summer school folks who are working very hard. They talked about not doing virtual teaching during certain times and having videos so they could be accessed later. So getting their takeaways, because they're going to be trying this in real time to see what works. I hope that that is a close conversation that happens. The other piece is the Zoom meetings we talked about, virtual meetings. There's a lot of layers to those. And for some kids, they're wonderful. For others, they're anxiety inducing. And for others, I will speak as an educator. I have with students who are on the other side, possibly breaking ed code. And, in a classroom, you can look over and say, hey, put your phone away, or, whatever. But suddenly you are inside of a room that you have no control over. And that room is now being exposed to all of your students. And so I think a very critical piece of this with any virtual learning is that there is a very clear piece in the district handbook that goes across our schools about what is the expectation if you are in a virtual meeting, and taking our ed code and all of the policies we already have, but really making it clear of what that looks like and what consequences might be if those are broken. Because I don't want that to be piecemealed or to fall on teachers' shoulders to have to create it. I think it should be standard across the district and really clear with our families. And also, we talked about, it was said that keeping this on the agenda and so that parents could be engaged. This is a long time for parents to wait for this conversation at 9:30 at night. And so my request might be that in the future, either we get a lot of communication out, which we should do that too, just going along, here's what was talked about, and here's what the district's looking at and what task force are working on, but also possibly putting this either at the beginning of the agenda or doing a separate meeting as we move forward and get further into this process. And thank you to my colleagues for the points you brought up. I think this is a valuable conversation.
Great. Thank you for that, Trustee Gonzalez. All right. Oops. Sorry about that. Okay. Do we have any other comments for L4, what we can look at going forward?
Are we going to take public comment?
Yeah. I know we had asked before the meeting if there was any public comments, but we'll go ahead and we'll open it up again right now. If there's anyone from the public who would like to make a comment on the opening of school for August 2020, now is your time. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and we'll move on to M, consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda?
So moved.
So moved by Trustee Alcala. Have a second?
Second.
I can second.
President Jackson.
Yes.
The board received a revision to the HR recommendations for classified staff and certificated staff. We would request that the board approve the consent agenda with these revisions, which will be part of our minutes.
Perfect.
As amended, then. Second as amended.
All right, seconded as amended by Vice President Pizzati. And again, since we are virtual, everything needs to be a roll call vote. Vice President Pizzati.
Yes.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Akla.
Aye.
And I also vote aye. Tonight's consent agenda is approved. Action items. N1, approval of the amplified science adoption for grades 6 through 8. Director Morsage.
Thank you again, President Jackson. As you recalled, last board meeting, we held a public hearing on the adoption of Amplify for science in grades 6 through 8, which is the recommendation from our science team and our curriculum council, which was held on May 5th. At this time, I wanted to let you know that we have gone through all the technology checks and we have had those guarantees. And we do believe this is a curriculum that can help move us forward in the future. So at this time, we're asking the board to take action and approve this adoption.
Okay, thank you. Any questions about N1, the amplified science adoption? My one question is, again, is that, and you just addressed that, Director Morsage, is whether or not our technology is up to par to be able to ensure that we're able to support the adoption of this new curriculum, especially in light of the way things may be moving towards next year.
So yes, and Director Biza, Marco has worked very hard with Amplify to make sure things are up to par. And we've actually even received a written guarantee from Amplify, which is rare.
Awesome. Oh, fantastic. Okay. Vice President Pizzati, did you have something?
Nope.
Okay. All right. All right. So do I have a motion to approve the Amplified Science adoption for grades 6 through 8?
So moved.
Second.
So moved So moved by Vice President Pizzotti, seconded by Trustee Akala. Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Akala.
Aye.
And I also vote aye. Motion is passed unanimously. N2, 2020-21 Annual Declaration of Need for Certificated Teaching. Assistant Superintendent Gonzalez.
Yes, good evening, President Jackson, Trustee, Superintendent Luna, and community. This is an annual notification that comes to the board for formal approval via the action format versus a consent. And this is pursuant to Education Code 44300B, in which that the district and the CTC are required to receive your approval of the Declaration of Need for Fully Qualified Educators. So this, again, is an annual one. We brought this forth to you last year, and it's coming forth again with no changes in the request of information that's presented in the declaration.
You're muted.
Oh, my bad. Thanks. All right. Any questions about N2? All right. Do I have a motion to approve N2, Annual Declaration of Need for Certificated Teaching? No.
I move. I was going to let a teacher do it.
I second. It takes a while to unmute. I second.
I was getting kind of worried. I was like, oh, okay.
Me too.
I figured it was more appropriate if a teacher did it. So
okay. Moved by Vice President Pizzotti, seconded by Clerk Kirby Gonzalez. All right. Trustee Akala.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Pizzotti.
aye.
And I also vote aye. N2 is approved.
Thank you.
Oh,
good evening.
Thank you. Board governance. Action item, approval of resolution 1920-17, governing board member election. Superintendent Luna.
Thank you, President Jackson. Board of Trustees, this evening we're bringing to you resolution number 1920-17, which has to do with ordering governing board member elections coming up in November 2020. This resolution is guided by our board bylaws 9220, which has been determined through the board bylaws on how to go through the election should there be a tie. Specifically, in this resolution, the district is requesting for Yolo County Clerk to conduct our election for us for November 3rd, 2020. It also states clearly, in case there is a tie, that a tie vote shall be determined by a runoff election. And that is based on our board bylaws 9220. Thirdly, it also determines, based on the board bylaws, that the candidates will pay the costs of the candidate's 200-word statement. It also authorizes the County Board of Supervisors to canvass the returns of the district election for us. And we also agree in this resolution to reimburse the county of Yolo for the cost of our part of the election.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve resolution 1920-17?
So moved.
I second, but I shall not read it.
Don't worry, I have it this week. And it's only a page and a half long. Seconded by Trustee Wong. Vice President Pizzotti.
You want me to read it?
No, I want you. Oh, I guess I got to vote. We got to read it the first time. Dang it. Okay. All right. Here we go. Board of Education resolution ordering governing board member elections and requesting the Yolo County Board of Supervisors. requesting the Yolo County Board of Supervisors to consolidate district election with regular election held on November 3rd, 2020. Whereas a regular biennial election for governing board members of the Washington Unified School District is to be held on November 3rd, 2020. And whereas it is desirable that the district election be consolidated with the regular election to be held on the same date, and that within the Washington Unified School District, the precincts, polling places, and election officers of the two elections be the same, that the Yolo County Board of Supervisors canvass the returns of the district election, and that the district election be held in all respects as if there were only one election. Now, therefore, it is hereby resolved, ordered, and found by the Board of Education of the Washington Unified School District as follows. 1, pursuant to Education Code Sections 5304 and 5320, an election is hereby ordered to be held on November 3rd, 2020 to fill the vacant offices of the Washington Unified School District Board of Education members whose terms expire this year. The Yolo County Clerk is hereby requested to conduct the election and provide all related election services. 3, if there is a tie vote that makes it impossible to determine which of the two or more candidates has been elected, a winner or winners shall be determined by runoff election. The candidates, including incumbents, will pay the cost of publishing the candidate statement, including with the sample ballot, which statement shall not exceed 200 words. The Yolo County Board of Supervisors hereby requested to consent, agree to, and order the consolidation of the district's governing board member election with the regular election to be held on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020, that only one form of ballot be used, and that the elections be held in all respects as one election. 6, the Yolo County Board of Supervisors hereby authorized to canvass the returns of the district election. 7, the Yolo County Board of Supervisors hereby requested to authorize and direct the clerk to take any and all steps necessary for the holding of the consolidated election. 8, the Washington Unified School District hereby agrees to reimburse the County of Yolo for the cost of such election. 9, the clerk of this board is hereby directed to file certified copies of this resolution with the Yolo County Board of Supervisors and the county clerk or registrar of voters. Well, it says pass and adopted, but we ain't passing yet, so. Now, with that, do I have a motion? Oh, no, we need to vote. Or do we already move that?
You already have a motion in a second.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Now it's time to vote. Vice President Pizzati.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Akala.
Aye.
And I also vote aye. Resolution passed and adopted by the Washington Unified School District Board of Education, State of California, on this 20th day of May 2020 by the following vote. Oh, we got 5 ayes, 0 noes, no absent, no abstentions. Okay, board and superintendent comments. Let's go ahead. Superintendent Luna, would you like to lead the charge?
I think this evening, President Jackson, I will forego my comments after that large presentation and to allow the board the next 20 minutes so that perhaps you may not have to extend the meeting.
Okay, we can do that. Thank you for that, Superintendent Luna. All right, let's go ahead and Trustee Akala.
No comments.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Wong?
I do have comments, and I will be brief. I just wanting to send a shout out to everyone who came out to River City High School to cheer on our graduates, to picking up their signs and whatnot. That was really a powerful moment, and I hadn't realized how much I missed seeing our staff and our students until that day. So it was really powerful, and thank you, trustees who were able to join me, and I know others are going to comment on that as well. I also realized that May is Asian American Heritage Month, and we were remiss in not adopting a resolution this month for AAPI month. And you know, there are personal reasons that is important to me. Primarily, when my daughter is studying social studies, she was asking me, why aren't there any Asian Americans in my history book? So I made her go through a study, and she found one in the period that she was studying, and so I made her do a report on it.
Here,
and
here.
so it's
Here.
and in any case, so she dug a little bit deeper, and she found one Asian American who was in our Asian American history books in the 1800s or something like that. So I thought that was neat of her. And I think also during this time, I need to say that given the rise in a lot of bias and outright just negative energy that Asian Americans have been experiencing with COVID-19, including my daughter, it's really important to understand the contributions of Asian Americans, including and what they're experiencing. And so I just wanted to acknowledge all of the accomplishments of Asian Americans during the month of May. So if we, and I know it's in arrears, but if we could adopt something just acknowledging it in the future, that'd be wonderful. I also know that we missed the Child Abuse Prevention Month resolution, and I think I've said this before on a line, but it really would be good to just also acknowledge that, given that there's a rise in children being living in households with a rise in domestic violence. Right. And so even though there is a decrease in child abuse reports, because our mandated reporters, namely our teachers and other staff, school staff, aren't there to report it, they are still living in places where there's a higher rate of domestic violence. So I wanted to acknowledge the work of our Child Abuse Prevention Council, led by the Yolo County Children's Alliance. And what they're doing, especially during this time, has been pretty phenomenal. I want to acknowledge that in their work, even if it's in arrears. And before I forget, June is also LGBTQ Pride Month, and would love to put on the future agenda the recognition of Pride Month for June. So just kind of wanting to just adhere to our governance calendar and making sure that those don't get kind of fallen off as well. So again, just wanting to, even though we are in crisis teaching, wanting to acknowledge the contributions of all of various diverse communities who contributed to learning. That's it.
Thank you, Trustee Wong. Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Wong. That was powerful, and I appreciated your comments. And I realize that we are not going to, we will have our River City graduation, and our middle college and our adult school and YOLO will be after our next board meeting. But for the rest of our Washington Unified kiddos, we're coming to the end. And so I want to thank everyone in the community. We all need to do a collective cheer for getting through this, for the parents, for our students, absolutely for our students, and for the educators, and every classified employee that, wow, stepped up. They were the first ones to step up with food and with sanitation and just helping our kids. So this was hard, but everyone really worked hard together, and appreciate everyone. And as a kindergarten mom, my favorite place was volunteering in kindergarten on Fridays, and I missed out on that. There were a lot of tears today on their last Zoom meeting by me, not by my, and so thinking about our little preschoolers that are going on to kindergarten next year, our kindergartners that are going to go on to first grade, of course, our 8th graders that will be making the big transition to high school. Thinking of all of those kids, especially at those pivotal ages right now. And it has also been hard to host and run virtual meetings. And so I want to commend you, President Jackson, in this also. It's been interesting for sure, and you've done a great job. And so thank you for that. And I want to acknowledge the city's proclamation supporting our high schoolers. And I want to thank you, those of you that wrote in for comments, and thank you, President Jackson, for giving a comment also on behalf of the Board of Trustees. And I think I think that is it. So thank you all. It's an honor to serve. There's a lot of hard work to be done, but I appreciate the work that everyone is doing.
Great. Thank you for that. Vice President Pizzati.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to echo the comments that Trustee Wong made about our resolutions. And I certainly would like us to keep on schedule on that, because we do miss sometimes when we've gone to this virtual world some very important dates and things that are, I think, important to all our community. So thank you for that, Trustee Wong. Also, yeah, I was there with our the rest of the board on the cap and gown pickup and the signs, and it was great to see all our teachers and staff line the sides of the drive to pick up at the high school the caps and gowns and signs. It was just to see such camaraderie with our community again, and to see our kids really appreciate it. You know, and they honking their horns as they drove through. It was awesome. I really did appreciate that. It kind of made me feel like, all right, some semblance of normal was there, even though it was in a different way. One thing that has been happening since that has transpired, as I go on bike rides with my daughter around the, our little neighborhood area, I've been seeing the signs from our graduates, or our graduating class of 2020. And I've been stopping and taking our business cards, or well, at least my business card, and from the district, and just writing on the back, congratulations, and putting it in their door, just to drop off and say, way to go. And I just want to say to the community, if I haven't gotten to you yet, I will eventually. It just takes a lot of time. So leave your sign up so I can see it when I'm driving around on my bicycle. By the way, I have my daughter with me, so I can't go that far. And with that, I just want to commend all our staff for doing a really bang up job. This is not the ideal situation to provide our best for our kids, but you guys are doing a remarkable job. Teachers to food distribution services to site administrators to the cabinet and district office staff. I just really want to thank you very much for all your hard work, as well as you, Superintendent Luna, for running a ship that seems to be at times, going over some very huge waves. And I just want to say thank you. And I know it's going to be, it's going to get, pretty much gloom and doom here for a while as the budget goes through. But we will eventually come out the other end. So with that, I just want to give my appreciation and thanks.
All right, thank you for that, Vice President Pizzati. I'll just have to make a couple comments. Is that one, I want to thank all the folks who took the time out tonight to actually come to the meeting and make their public comments. We really do appreciate that. And I know sometimes you think that we're not listening or because we don't provide you with a response, but be honest with you, your comments mean a lot. They are very much valued. They're very much appreciated. And I encourage people to come out and if they have any concerns, they come to the board and address them with the board. Some of the things that were mentioned, I kind of want to address is that, I know when we look at the situation that we're in, we look at it from a standpoint as well as it's just easier. Well, we'll just have smaller class sizes. Well, it's not quite that easy because smaller class sizes cost money, because smaller class sizes mean we have to hire more teachers. And with the way the finances of the district or the budget of the state is, for that matter, that's just not something that's going to be, it's just not going to happen. I mean, a lot of districts not just ours, are going to be, in fact, most of this are going to be in worse situations financially than what we may find ourselves in. And so I understand that it's not something that we take lightly, but we just know we're in a process now where we need to reevaluate and more or less redesign. I mean, the education system, not only in the state of California, but in the country. You know, and it's funny because people have said, well, we need to change our education. Well, you know what? We're doing it right now. We're going to have to learn how to do it and to make some very serious changes to the way that we educate our children moving forward. You know, and the one thing, and I know this I knew when we made the decision with the grade thing, I knew that was going to be something that wasn't going to sit well with a lot of folks. And I'll be honest with you, going into that meeting that night, my position was that I was 100% all in favor of giving our students the choice to be able to choose whether or not they wanted to receive credit or no credit. But I'll be honest with you, it was the presentation of Mr. Malik and the comments from some of our other parents, and particularly with Dr. Parsons when he described for us how that could potentially, if our kids have that choice, and I think not have given our kids the ability to be able to pick whether or not they receive credit or no credit, I think in the coming years that's going to be proven to be the most prudent decision that we made versus kids who are in districts where they actually have the option when all of a sudden they are harmed because they chose not to receive the grade versus someone who chose to receive the grade. And that was the thing for me that really tipped my hand and changed my vote. And be honest with you, when that came to light, that, well, you know, it's potentially that our kids, if they have that choice, that a kid could be damaged for getting into college because they chose to receive credit instead of a grade because they had 3 siblings at home that they had to take care of and really couldn't focus on their classwork. And that was the best decision they can make at that time for them, versus someone who's an only child and has a house and the only one in the house has a computer and all this other stuff, doesn't have all those other added responsibilities on top of that. Those things really played very heavily with me when it came to that decision. And as far as we want to look at it from an equity lens, you know, I think we forget sometimes that equity does not mean equal. Okay, and sometimes equity means that, you know what, it's going to be good for some, but not so good for others. But it's designed to help balance out the playing field. And that was the thing that's the way I looked at that when we made that decision, was the best way to balance the playing field for all of our students, regardless of where they are. And I think that was actually the most prudent decision that we could make at that time. And I think when we have the fortunate privilege of having hindsight, I think we'll see that was the best decision that could have been made for that. The one thing that came to light tonight that I was not aware of is that I was not aware that for some reason that the public was not allowed on to the meetings via video, only via telephone. And I don't know, Superintendent, I don't know if that because of a bandwidth issue or whatnot, but if possible, I would like to be able to grant the public video access to our meetings, because I think it would definitely make it okay. So there is a technology issue behind why we can't allow the public video access to the meetings, because if there's a way that we could do that, I think that would be probably the best way for us to be able to have people. It would be very difficult for me to try and watch or to listen to our board meeting on the phone versus if I could sit at a computer and kind of watch along with it as well.
President Jackson, I understand that other school boards use Zoom and they're able to put it on Facebook Live or Instagram.
Okay.
But we don't use Zoom to do that. So, but that's something that maybe we could look at.
Well, because I know we're paying for the enhanced Zoom, if I'm not mistaken. So if that's the case, if we could do that, that would be fantastic. I think it would definitely help with a lot of the issues, because as far as people being able to see our presentations as they are coming out, and so they can follow along and things like that as well. So.
Yeah, thank you for those, and we'll find out a little bit more about that. My understanding is The Zoom executive license we have is for WUSD email addresses to connect into Zoom. Google is for the broad general outside of WUSD domain. But that's my understanding, but let's find out a little bit more and we can get that more information back to the board.
Yeah, if we could, that'd be great. Because I think people would appreciate being able to actually come and log in and be able to, not that they want to, look at me, no matter how much I like looking at myself. I'm sure other people don't enjoy it as much as I do, but they would probably like to have that option, be able to watch and be able to see what we're seeing at the same time as far as presentations. That notwithstanding, if there's if we can make sure that we can make the presentations available as they come up, so that people can follow along on their own computers, that would be great as well. And then the last thing, and I know I talked about this earlier. Again, I just want to stress what I believe is the importance of making sure that we get our input and get our parental groups involved in our planning process for what school is going to look like moving forward and going into the next school year, and making sure that we're getting that alignment from all of our schools, all of our grade levels across the district, so we can reduce that achievement gap across the board. I think that is vitally important. And then one last thing is that we actually had an opportunity to have our youngest daughter's IEP today, and I'm just going to throw this out there because something came up and I was like, really, that doesn't sound right. But I know that a lot of our teachers, and particularly a lot of our special ed teachers, have been using different programs to help working with a lot of our disadvantaged students with IEPs and 504s and things like that were given to them on a trial basis. And I know some of those trials are going to expire at the end of June. And so we could get with those folks to find out, hey, what are you guys using that's working, that you're seeing success with, that you guys like, and so that we can purchase those licenses for them so they can continue to help serve our kids with IEPs and 504s in the best way possible. I think that's something that would be very prudent on our part as well. But with that, again, I want to thank Superintendent Luna, you and your staff and the teachers in this district for the work that you guys have done. Believe me, as being the teacher in another district and seeing how things are working there, trust me, what we're doing here, it may not be pretty, but trust me, it's definitely a lot better than what's going on in other places across the river, and I think we're definitely on the right track. So with that, we'll go ahead and move to Q, future board agenda items. Q1, after school care and summer camp discussion, June 11th, 2020. Q2, policy updates, dress codes to be determined. Q3, moms demand action, presentation requested. Q4, board governance and norms review to be determined as well. Are there any other future board agenda items that anyone would like to add?
No, go ahead, Sarah.
Okay, I realize this isn't quite a future board agenda item, but it's 2 points that are coming up in the future. One would be, I have seen some boards since you talked about, and I absolutely agree, I thought people could see the presentation, that are streaming through YouTube. And I like YouTube more than some of the other platforms mentioned because our videos are already on YouTube and because it's accessible to all, you don't need an account. So maybe we can do that. I have watched others that are, and so it is possible. And then 2 would be the River City High School webpage for graduation might not be where all the parents are going and the kids. They might be getting information in many different platforms, but I know that there have been updates that have come, and I was really excited to see that we are going to kick off the virtual promotion with the kids coming and walking across for certificates, and that the parents have been instrumental in working with staff to make that happen. So my request would be that information can be updated on the River City High School page when you go to the graduation page, because it'll be easier for us to be able to communicate as well there. And those are my only 2. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice President Pizzotti.
Yeah, I know that for our next board meeting on June 11th, we are having a discussion on summer camp on our campuses and after school care programs. From what I understand, the summer camp programs will go on as of June 8th. But I was hoping that we can get a communication out to let our public know that.
Thank you for the comment, Vice President Pizzotti. The YMCA is going to, we just finalized their contract today and it will be brought to the board. However, because it's an annual event that they do their summer programs, we're going to allow them to start on the 8th and bring their contract to be ratified by the board later that week at the regularly scheduled meeting. They do have a community, I think they have flyers or some sort of communication that they're going to give to the parents who have already signed up. And so I will make sure that we contact them about that. I think they already have their information ready to go.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure because I've been getting a lot of questions from parents.
Okay, fantastic. Trustee Wong, you have anything?
No, not at all.
Okay, Trustee Alcala, you have anything?
Except the resolution that I already mentioned.
Yes, the resolution. API resolution.
Okay.
No.
API,
Well,
Pride, and child abuse prevention.
Okay. API, LGBT Pride, and child abuse prevention.
Child abuse prevention.
Okay, perfect. Trustee Alcala, anything?
Nothing for future agenda items, but I just wanted to mention that when Superintendent Luna was talking about childcare, this is something probably we should put on as an agenda item for the 2x2s, both the city and YOLO.
Good point.
Start discussions with them. Mm-hmm.
Yep, great point. Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. All right, with that, do I have a motion to adjourn? Not that we need one, because we're finished our agenda.
Done. Second.
All right. Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Alcala.
Aye.
I also vote aye. This meeting is hereby adjourned. Don't forget to log out. Click the little red button, please. Thank you.
Good night, everybody. Take care.
Good night. Bye-bye.